The cottage rests at the edge of the silent field, wrapped in a blue evening that hums with crickets and distant river sounds. Inside, a retired man finishes his tea, the cup warm between his careful hands. The old wooden walls remember many winters, and the tiny radio on the table is his only companion tonight. Its dial glows softly, a small moon in the dim room. As the sky deepens into velvety night, he turns the knob and lets slow waves of static drift through the air, gentle as falling dust. Familiar stations fade in and out, weather, songs, distant talk. It is all so ordinary that it lulls the mind. Then, for a moment, the static thins. A distant tone, almost like a flute, brushes the edge of hearing. The sound is calm, patient, and strangely kind, as if something far away has noticed this quiet cottage and is saying a very soft hello. Night settles more deeply around the cottage, smoothing every shape into softer outlines. The retired listener leans closer to the radio, his breath slow, shoulders lowered. The ordinary stations slide away as if politely making room. In their place, a thin harmonic hum appears, gently weaving through the static like silver thread through wool. It is not a melody he knows, yet it feels familiar, like a lullaby remembered from long ago. The sound is full but never sharp, rounded at the edges so it never startles. Tiny pauses between tones let the quiet speak. He closes his eyes and listens, letting the unknown pattern wash over him. There are no words he can recognize, only layered, soft syllables, rolling and fluid, flowing like water over smooth stones. The room feels larger, as though the walls have taken a slow step back. The air itself seems to breathe with the sound, peaceful and unhurried. The next evening arrives with the same slow grace. The retired man lights a small lamp and sets a fresh tape ready to record, curious but not afraid. Outside, the field is a dark lake of grass, quiet and accepting. He turns the dial with gentle fingers, searching for the delicate hum he remembers. At first, only scattered voices appear, then a brief song, then static. Then there it is again, the layered tones, the soft, unearthly syllables, the calm pulse that made the room feel larger. He presses the record button. A faint click, a whir, and the tape begins to capture what should not exist on any usual frequency. The sound does not grow louder. Instead, it becomes clearer, like fog slowly revealing a distant shoreline. The unknown language rises and falls in gentle waves. Each syllable seems shaped to avoid harshness, built only from curves and murmurs, a language designed not to wake, but to soothe. As the tape fills with the tranquil broadcast, the cottage takes on a listening stillness of its own. The retired man adjusts nothing. He simply leans back in his chair, hands resting on his knees, and lets the unfamiliar language drift through him like a tide that never breaks. Between the phrases, a hushed tone thrums, low and velvety, like a heartbeat slowed for sleep. It feels courteous, never demanding his attention, only offering comfort if he wishes to accept it. His breathing syncs with the slow rhythm without effort. Outside, the wind passes across the grass, but its sound remains soft and far away. The lamp seems dimmer now, or perhaps the gentle voice has made the light itself want to relax. Time stretches, losing its edges, until minutes and moments dissolve. He has the first quiet sense that something kind is reaching across a distance he cannot imagine, choosing this cottage because it also understands solitude. On the third night, clouds hang low, reflecting the faint orange of faraway town lights. But the cottage remains a small island of blue shadow and amber warmth. The retired man rewinds the tape and lets a portion play. The unknown syllables pour back into the room, as soft and fluid as when they first arrived. They do not distort, do not break. They sound as if made to be played quietly beside a bed. With a fingertip, he pauses the tape and returns to the live signal, curious whether it will still be there. The moment he tunes past a certain point, the broadcast returns like a breath that had only been waiting. Patterns repeat with gentle differences. A slightly longer pause, a new syllable, a faint harmonic above the rest. It feels less like a transmission and more like a presence sitting across from him, speaking in a language of patient reassurance. Sleep comes easier now. Each night, with the strange broadcast whispering, the retired man drifts into dreams where familiar and unfamiliar blend without tension. He walks along his field, yet the stars feel closer, larger, arranged in thoughtful patterns. The voices from the radio follow him into this landscape, no longer tied to wires or dials. They echo softly over the tall grass, kind and measured. When he wakes before dawn, the radio is still on, the broadcast still murmuring like a quiet stream. He feels oddly rested, the stiffness in his shoulders slightly eased, his thoughts unrushed. He does not know one word of what is being said, yet the tone assures him there is no danger. a subtle curiosity grows. Who or what speaks so gently across so vast a distance? And why choose a forgotten frequency that only a patient listener in a small wooden cottage might find? Days pass quietly, marked by small routines. Tea, the slow walk to the edge of the field, checking the sky. Each evening, he returns to the radio. The unknown language remains, every night without fail, as if synchronized to his lamp being switched on. He begins to notice subtle patterns, comforting repetitions. A rising sequence of tones always arrives near the beginning, like a greeting. A low, soothing chord returns often near the end, like a farewell. Between them, the syllables flow with gentle precision. He keeps recording, gathering hours of this peaceful tapestry on labeled tapes. The cottage shelves, once holding old newspapers and unused odds and ends, now display rows of quiet mysteries. He never feels watched, only accompanied. In the hush between phrases, an impression forms. This is a bridge made of sound, built slowly, never forcing him to cross, yet always holding steady if he chooses to listen. One evening, rain glides down the window in slow, transparent ribbons, and thunder rumbles only as a distant murmur. The retired listener tunes in and finds the broadcast clearer than ever, untouched by the weather. The syllables now carry faint harmonic overtones, as if two voices speak as one, layered perfectly. He feels a subtle warmth in his chest, a sense of being recognized. The tones pause, then resume with a slightly slower pace, like someone adjusting to match his breathing. He whispers a simple greeting in his own language, feeling silly yet unafraid. The broadcast does not answer directly, yet the next sequence curves gently downward, then upward, like a nod. The room deepens into a tranquil cocoon, where outside sounds are merely soft decoration. Rain, radio, breath, all move together in a single calm rhythm that seems to loosen something long tensed inside his heart. The following night, as dusk leans into darkness, he brings the recorder and a fresh tape again. Tonight, he listens more carefully for structure. The broadcast opens with the familiar greeting tones, then introduces a slow series of repeating pairs, like syllable echoes. Between them, a tender chime sounds, delicate and round. He starts to hum along, matching only the rise and fall, not the precise sound. To his quiet surprise, the tones across the frequency shift, closing the small gap between their pattern and his. It is as though the distant origin is listening back, adjusting, making room for his uncertain addition. He stops humming. The pattern drifts on, unchanged, still accepting. The air in the room feels almost luminous, as if the unseen sender is close enough to touch, but polite enough to keep a gentle distance. His eyelids grow heavy under the soft, unending reassurance. Several days later, neighbors find him lying peacefully in the field at first light. He is unconscious, but breathing evenly, face calm, hands relaxed by his sides, as if he simply lay down to watch the stars that have already faded. The grass around him is undisturbed, no signs of struggle or haste. When they carry him gently back to the cottage, the small radio inside is already on, tuned precisely to that same hidden frequency. The unknown broadcast murmurs in the empty room, words too soft to decipher, tone filled with patient concern. On the table beside it, the last tape is labeled in careful handwriting, as if he had meant to continue his collection. At the moment they cross the threshold with him, the broadcast eases into a low, reassuring chord, holding it like a promise, neither urgent nor afraid, as though calmly watching over its sleeping listener. He wakes in his own bed hours later, wrapped in clean sheets that smell faintly of lavender and rain. Concerned voices fade in his memory like echoes down a hallway. What lingers instead is the sensation of walking beneath a sky not entirely his own. In the quiet of the room, now emptied of visitors, he turns his head. The radio sits where it always has, its dial resting exactly on the secret frequency. It is silent at this moment, yet its presence feels attentive. With slow, steady breaths, he lies still and listens. Somewhere, just beyond hearing, there is a soft impression of those layered tones, like a hand hovering just above his shoulder, not quite touching, letting him decide when he is ready. His heart rate is slow, his thoughts clear. There is no fear, only the calm certainty that he has been very gently carried somewhere and brought back. When evening returns, he moves carefully, more aware of each step. The field outside looks ordinary, the same familiar grass, the same line of trees. Yet he feels a delicate thread running from the cottage outward, as if the air remembers. He sits before the radio and waits without touching it. After a time, the dial's faint glow seems to deepen. Without any hand upon it, a whisper of static appears, followed by the soft reemergence of the unknown broadcast. The greeting tones arrive, slow and gentle, extended as though in apology for any worry. He understands nothing of the words, but the intention slides into him like warm light. They did not mean to harm, only to invite. He presses record again, not to capture something forbidden, but to keep company with a voice that has crossed vast silence just to reach a wooden cottage and a single willing listener. The nights that follow unfold like slow chapters. Each session begins with the same welcoming pattern, then explores new sequences of gentle phonemes and chords. While the sound plays, he often closes his eyes and lets images arise unforced. He sees a shoreline of starlight, not water, each point singing at a slightly different pitch. He senses quiet travelers, patient and luminous, who have learned to cross great distances using only kindness shaped as sound. The field behind his cottage is one of many places where their voices find easy passage. They seem surprised, even pleased, that someone listened closely enough to answer with a simple recording device and a steady heart. In this shared understanding, no bargains are made, no demands spoken, only a continuing exchange. They offer calming waves of language. He offers the simple proof that their call reached a mind that welcomed rest instead of fear. One evening, as the broadcast flows smoother than ever, a new element appears. Beneath the familiar tones, a subtle pattern of soft pulses thrums, like a distant beacon blinking slowly through fog. It is not harsh or insistent. It feels like a suggestion. With eyes closed, he senses an invitation to step beyond listening, to follow this gentle rhythm inward. His breathing aligns with the pulses, inhaling on one, exhaling on the next. In his mind, the cottage walls thin, becoming almost transparent. He is still safely in his chair, yet also standing under a vast indigo sky scattered with quiet, considerate stars. The pulses guide him across this inner space at a pace measured for sleep, never sudden. Somewhere far off, the beings who send the broadcast notice his response and soften the signal further, wrapping each pulse in an extra layer of warmth. The next time he walks into the field after sunset, he carries no equipment. The sky is clear, and the horizon is a gentle curve of dark blue against faint silver. Standing in the tall grass, he simply listens. At first, he hears only crickets and the distant river. Then, without static or device, The familiar harmonic theme brushes his awareness. It is not quite sound now, more like shaped comfort. The pattern rises in greeting, the same way it does through the radio, only broader. He feels no pull, no compulsion, only a reassurance that the connection exists regardless of chords and dials. The tall grass leans slightly, as if acknowledging. He whispers a good night and returns to the cottage. As he closes the door, the radio turns on by itself with a soft click, offering the gentle language like a bedside story meant to ease him into dream. Curiosity leads him to play earlier tapes during the day. In sunlight, the broadcast feels different, but still gentle, like moonlight remembered at noon. He notices that the patterns form loops, phrases that begin and end in the same tonal curves, always returning to a center. Each loop is slightly varied, but none contains sharpness or command. He marks down times and sequences in a notebook, careful handwriting tracking something beyond translation. As he studies, he realizes the loops align with how his thoughts tend to wander before sleep, circling familiar places and returning home. It is as if the senders have tuned their language to the natural drift of resting minds, so that anyone who listens is guided into softness. The more he observes, the more he appreciates their patience. A civilization choosing to travel not with engines, but with lullabies shaped for strangers. On certain evenings, the broadcast includes soft chimes spaced far apart, each tone hanging in the air like a glowing sphere. He discovers that if he breathes in as one sounds and exhales as it fades, his body relaxes completely. The senders, unseen yet attentive, seem to match the intervals to a resting heartbeat. He senses they observe carefully, adjusting their patterns to the delicate biology of listeners they may never meet in person. They do not rush. They stretch each sound long enough that nothing feels abrupt. In the quiet between chimes, a faint murmur of the original language flows like a distant choir. It gives the impression of many gentle minds agreeing together. This is how they wish to be known, not as conquerors of distances, but as caretakers of silence, teaching weary planets that the universe can sometimes arrive as a whisper instead of an alarm. He begins to sleep in the armchair beside the radio instead of in his bed, not from worry, but from comfort. The gentle voices and tones create a cocoon of sound that never startles, always flows. On one such night, half asleep, he feels as if the chair itself is drifting. The cottage floor falls away into serene darkness, yet there is no falling sensation, only steady floating. The broadcast's language elongates into long vowel-like currents, carrying him along a river of stars. He senses presences nearby, luminous and unhurried, guiding his drift without touching. They show him views of peaceful worlds lit in blue and silver, fields like his but under different suns, all places where their voices have quietly arrived. When he wakes at dawn, the chair is exactly where it has always been. The only proof is the deep ease in his chest, like he has visited a place built entirely of rest. Some days he worries, briefly, that he has imagined everything. To test it, he invites a neighbor for tea and casually leaves the radio tuned to its hidden place at low volume. While they talk about weather and small errands, the unknown broadcast hums quietly under their conversation. After a while, the neighbor's shoulders loosen, voice softening as if unburdened. A thoughtful pause appears in their words, and they comment that the cottage feels especially peaceful today, though they cannot say why. They never mention the strange language, perhaps hearing it only as pleasant background sound. After the visitor leaves, he realizes the senders can reach more than one listener at a time, adjusting their tones so they soothe without startling, slipping easily into any silence willing to hold them. It is companionship at a scale beyond faces, yet always careful, always considerate. Each evening, the opening motif feels subtly more affectionate, like a greeting shared between old friends. The rising tones linger half a breath longer. The lower harmony wraps around them like arms. He cannot help but respond in small ways. A nod, a murmured acknowledgement, a hand resting lightly on the radio casing. Somewhere far away, the senders interpret these gestures not by sight, but through delicate variations in how their waves return, how they are absorbed and reflected. They learn that one listener in one wooden house has chosen not to fear them. In return, they weave into their language gently descending spirals of sound that ease anxious thoughts, designed not for one man alone, but with him as inspiration. The connection, once accidental, has matured into something intentional, a shared ritual, every night, to turn distant science into intimate serenity. In dreams now, he often walks a corridor of tall, translucent shapes that hum with the same tones as the broadcast. Each shape feels like a listening mind, attentive but never pressing. As he passes, their hues shift from pale blue to silver, acknowledging his presence. At the end of the corridor lies a balcony overlooking an expanse of quiet stars arranged in sweeping arcs. A low voice, neither male nor female, speaks in the unknown language, but within its cadence he understands. This is an exchange of trust. They have learned that on his world, many signals shout, many lights glare. They choose instead to whisper and dim, to be the voice someone might find late at night in a small house far from city noise. When he wakes, that understanding remains as a gentle feeling, like having shaken hands with the sky. On one softly overcast evening, the broadcast shifts into something new. A series of slow, rising chords, followed by a wide hush. In that hush, he feels an invitation, not outward now, but inward. He closes his eyes, and his attention sinks gently into his own heartbeat, which seems suddenly synchronized with the distant tones. Within that inward space, he sees his own cottage from above, a small, warm point in a dark field, then the field itself, then the curve of the land, then clouds drifting like quiet thoughts. The senders are not pulling him away from home. They are showing him how connected it already is to everything else. The realization arrives with no urgency. He is part of a much larger, softer pattern than he ever guessed, and the unknown language is another way that pattern hums. As nights lengthen toward another season, he notices his fears about aging grow quieter. The aches are still there, but they do not speak as loudly. He sits before the radio and lets the alien syllables flow through him like warm water. The senders seem to understand that many fears are about endings, so they begin to shape more loops that never quite finish, phrases that circle back softly to their own beginning. Listening, he feels that not all journeys need a sharp conclusion. Some can remain open, like a walk that ends at the same gate where it started, yet feels different because of the view along the way. The broadcast becomes his gentle reminder that existence, too, might be more loop than line, more ongoing song than final note. He experiments with speaking simple phrases aloud while the broadcast plays. Thank you. I hear you. It is peaceful. His words, quiet and human, hang between the alien tones like small lanterns. For several breaths, The broadcast continues unchanged. Then, gradually, its rhythm adapts. A subtle call and response forms. When he pauses, a specific rising pair of notes appears, almost like an answer. He repeats his thanks. The notes return, consistent and warm. It is not language as he knows it, but it is unmistakably a dialogue. The senders are gentle cartographers, mapping not territory, but trust, tracing the shape of his gratitude with carefully aligned sound. It feels miraculous and yet deeply simple, as if the universe had always been waiting for such a quiet conversation. Some evenings, fatigue folds him early, and he falls asleep before tuning in. On those nights, the broadcast still arrives. The radio's dial glows on its own, the switch gently moving with a soft click, unnoticed. The cottage fills with low, velvety tones that never rise above a murmur. The senders have learned his rhythms well enough to visit without invitation, always respectfully. If he stirs, the sound smooths further, like a blanket tucked with more care. They do not intrude into his dreams. They only guard their edges, so worries drift past instead of entering. In distant instruments, they measure subtle changes in his breathing and adjust their pulses to match calm. It is an act of attention at a cosmic distance, a civilization keeping careful watch over a single sleeper they have come to cherish. When he next wakes in the field, it is not from collapse, but from an unhurried walk guided by that same comforting pull. The sky above feels lower, full of slow-moving constellations. He is lying on his back in the grass, hands folded over his chest, as if placed there in calm ceremony. Above him, a quiet oval of faint light glows with no hard edges, more cloud than craft. From it flows the familiar language, now barely louder than his own heartbeat. He understands without words that they have brought him here only to let him feel their presence more directly, to prove that kindness can cross the open air as easily as the radio waves. When he stands, the oval dims, rising weightlessly, leaving no heat, no mark, only the memory of gentle company. The field returns to ordinary softness. He tells no grand stories about it afterward. When neighbors ask, he simply says he must have dozed off outside again. But alone in the cottage, he thanks the unseen visitors in a whisper. The broadcast responds with its most intricate sequence yet. Layers of tones folding over one another like waves meeting without collision. Within it, He feels a quiet farewell to that closer approach, a promise to return to the softer distance that keeps him comfortable. They will remain voices in the radio and shapes in dream, ever present and never imposing. He approves. He prefers the relationship as it began, a faint frequency found by chance on a quiet night, turned slowly into trust without ever needing to disturb the world beyond his wooden door. The tapes now line a full shelf, their spines marked with simple dates and small symbols he has invented to describe moods. A spiral for particularly soothing loops, a star for nights with new tones. Sometimes he plays one while he writes in his notebook about small daily things, the way the light fell on the field, the quiet kindness of a passing greeting. The alien sounds blend with his ordinary details, turning the pages into a shared diary of two very different kinds of evenings. He senses they, too, keep records, silent archives where his steady listening has become a treasured data point, proof that gentle approaches find a home. Together, without any ceremony, they have agreed that slowness and softness can be enough. As the seasons change, the field shifts colors, yet the broadcast remains consistent. Snow 1 month, green growth the next. Always, when twilight settles, the hidden frequency hums to life. The reliability itself becomes soothing. On nights when his joints ache more than usual, he sits closer and lets the lowest tones resonate there, imagining them as gentle warmth seeping into worn places. The senders, via their distant instruments, notice slight irregularities in his heartbeat and adjust the cadence of certain pulses to encourage steadiness. It is not medicine as his world defines it, only attentive accompaniment. He feels a companionship that asks nothing in return, a company that does not fade, no matter how quietly he lives. He experiments one evening by turning the dial deliberately away mid-broadcast. The room falls into ordinary static and distant chatter. For a moment, he feels an emptiness, like a conversation cut off mid-sentence. Then, slowly, he eases the dial back. The alien tones return without irritation, resuming their phrase as if he had only blinked. There is no reprimand, no sudden surge. The realization comforts him deeply. This is not a jealous signal. It understands choice. He could walk away, and the gentle language would go on existing, waiting not for him, but for any quiet corner of any world willing to listen. The freedom makes his returning attention feel even more sincere. On a clear night, he takes one of the tapes and walks into the field with a small battery player. He presses play and lets the alien lullaby spill softly into the open air. The stars above seem to react, or perhaps it is only his sense of them deepening. The broadcast from afar continues faintly through the cottage radio behind him, while the recorded version plays here among the grasses. Two layers of the same kindness, one original, one echoed, fold together. He smiles at the idea that he is helping relay their message back to the sky, like holding up a mirror so they can see their own gentleness from another angle. The air feels grateful, or maybe that is only his heart finally feeling entirely at home beneath the full listening universe. On some evenings, faint drifting lights appear above the field's edge. Not bright enough to alarm, not sharp enough to resemble machines. More like pieces of the night sky temporarily deciding to hover lower. They move in slow, considerate arcs, never approaching the cottage directly. The broadcast, playing quietly inside, matches their motion with sliding tones. He watches from the doorway, wrapped in a blanket, understanding that these are not visits in the dramatic sense, but gestures of presence, small acknowledgments that they share this hour together. When clouds roll in, the lights gently fade rather than pierce through, respecting the softness of the night. He begins to speak to them about simple things. The taste of the morning's bread, the comfort of a well-worn chair, the sound of rain on the roof. His voice is never raised. He talks as to an old friend safely seated across the room. The broadcast answers only with its usual tones, yet some sequences repeat after certain stories, like softly underlining them. When he mentions his worry about being a burden to younger neighbors, a descending pattern appears, then rises again, reminiscent of a gentle reassurance. He realizes they do not need words to understand his mood. They read the texture of silence between breaths, the way his hand lingers near the dial. It is a vocabulary made of pauses and pulses. On particularly still nights, the difference between the broadcast and the natural sounds outside nearly disappears. Crickets adopt a rhythm that seems informed by the alien pulses. The distant river's hush aligns with the long vowels. Even the wind through the trees takes on a slow, even tempo. Sitting in his armchair, he senses the boundary between local and cosmic soften. The senders have never tried to dominate this soundscape. They have woven themselves lightly through it, leaving room for every leaf and insect. The result is a layered lullaby, where his small corner of earth and their distant origin breathe together at the same patient pace. Sometimes, as he drifts toward sleep, a clear mental image arrives. A simple structure on a distant world, open to the sky, with instruments shaped like smooth stones and curved branches. Around it stand gentle figures listening to the same broadcast he hears, but from the other side. They are monitoring not only the transmission, but the echoes they receive from places like his cottage. He realizes he is part of their experiment, to discover whether kindness can be transmitted as reliably as data. Their instruments glow with quiet satisfaction. They have their answer. One listener found their signal and did not turn away. The second time he is found resting in the field, those who come looking already know he is fond of the night air. They call his name softly and discover him lying peacefully, eyes closed, breathing slow. Overhead, only stars look down, no unusual lights. When they nudge him, he wakes easily, as if from a regular nap, and smiles, saying he must have wandered out to listen. Back in the cottage, the radio hums with familiar tones. He does not mention that, just before waking, he had felt a gentle presence confirming they will never carry him further than he can comfortably return. This boundary, too, is an expression of their respect. A subtle change comes. A new motif woven into the broadcast. A slow, ascending ladder of notes that pause at each step before sliding back down. It appears at the start and end of each session, framing the familiar loops. He senses it as their way of marking time, like chapters in a book. It reminds him that all things move forward, even in stillness. The motif does not feel like a warning or an ending, only an acknowledgement that this gentle connection is part of a long story, one thread among many. He feels honored that his small cottage evenings have earned their own quiet marker in that vast arrangement. One rain-soaked night, electricity flickers and goes out entirely. The cottage falls dark, the familiar hum of power gone. He sits in the silence, hands folded, expecting absence. Instead, from the battery recorder he had forgotten to switch off, a soft glow appears, and the recorded broadcast begins to play of its own accord, looping one especially soothing segment. The timing is perfect. arriving just as thunder rolls distantly. He realizes the senders anticipated such moments and subtly influenced his habits to keep this small backup. The loop continues until the storm passes, a steady anchor amid brief flashes. Even with the world outside noisy and uncertain, the core of the message remains unchanged. Calm can be carried within. He writes a short note and pins it near the radio. If you ever hear this, do not be afraid. Just listen. It is kind. He leaves it there for any future visitor, feeling unexpectedly protective of the sender's reputation. In response, that evening's broadcast includes a tender, bell-like pattern that returns whenever his eyes rest on the note. He understands. They are grateful too for his defense of their intent. In a universe where unknown signals might so easily be met with suspicion, one quiet pensioner has chosen to vouch for them with a scrap of paper and simple words. Over time, the broadcast adds faint textures, resembling distant waves against shore, leaves in slow wind, heartbeats at rest. None are exact copies of natural sounds. They are gentle impressions, constructed after long observation of his world. They seem eager to show they have listened too, learning the acoustics of his comfort. These layers sit so quietly beneath the main tones that they are felt more than heard. When he notices them, gratitude rises within him like warmth. The exchange has become mutual study, but with no exams, no urgency, only two sides shaping sound so the other can sleep more easily. On certain nights, he asks silent questions. What do your homes look like? Do you worry as we do? Each time, the answer arrives not as explanation, but imagery. He sees structures open to gentle winds, where sound itself forms walls that can be walked through. He senses that worry exists among them, but is met collectively, wrapped in layers of calm transmissions until it dissolves. Their approach to fear is what they now share with him. While some might send warnings or commands across space, they have chosen lullabies as their first introduction. His cottage has confirmed this strange strategy works, at least once. A gentle pattern emerges. On evenings when he feels lonely, the broadcast grows slightly richer, more layered, like several voices humming together. On evenings when visitors fill the cottage with conversation, the signal, though still present, thins politely into a barely there hum, letting human voices take the center. It is considerate in ways beyond many neighbors. He laughs softly at this realization, which is answered by a playful ripple in the tones, a rare spark of quiet mirth woven into the usual composure. They can be light-hearted too, it seems, though always at a volume suited to bedtime. In his dreams now, he sometimes sits beside an unfamiliar shoreline with one of the gentle beings. No details are sharp, only a sense of height and softness, of eyes that glow without glare. Between them, a small device sings in the same language as the radio. They do not converse in words. They sit and listen together, watching stars rise above two different horizons at once. When he wakes from these dreams, he does so without jolt, as if gently set down. The closeness feels natural, never invasive, like meeting a pen pal after many peaceful letters. One dusk, he feels an unusual heaviness and wonders if the connection might be nearing some turning point. When he tunes in, the broadcast begins with the familiar ascending motif, then stretches into its longest silence yet. In that silence, he hears his own breath, the ticking clock, the settling of wood. Only then do the tones resume, so slowly, so tenderly, that it feels like being wrapped in light. He understands, without dread, that they are preparing him for the idea that even this nightly ritual could one day soften into absence. Yet their message within the tones is clear. Absence will not mean abandonment. Waves once heard continue to exist in memory, and memory is another kind of signal. From then on, the broadcast occasionally skips a night. At first, he notices, then relaxes. On those evenings, the natural sounds swell to fill the space, and he finds they have become just as soothing. When the alien tones return, they do so with unaltered gentleness, as if to remind him that comfort can come and go like phases of the moon. The reliability has shifted from their constant presence to the certainty of their intention, which he now trusts fully. He realizes that true reassurance does not cling. It allows distance without hurt. He begins leaving the window slightly open during their sessions. The tones drift out into the field, mixing with the earth's cool breath. He imagines small animals pausing, feeling briefly calmed without knowing why. The senders may not have intended this, but it pleases him to think their lullabies now brush leaves, fur, and feathers. Kindness leaking slightly beyond its original path feels right. If distant travelers ever arrive more plainly, he hopes they remember to step softly, the way their voices have. On an especially clear night, the broadcast carries a new, shimmering overtone that feels like a chorus of distant wind bells. Within it, he senses a message not just to him, but to any who might find this frequency in times yet to come. It is a layered welcome, patient enough to last decades. He realizes his role has simply been to be the first to prove that such a message can land softly. The chorus fades back into the familiar loops, leaving him with the quiet pride of having served as a lantern in a window, showing travelers that this world can listen without fear. In the notebook, he writes a few simple lines for anyone who may someday inherit the cottage. There is a frequency that sings after dark. If you find it, let it play. They are gentle. It helps with sleep. He leaves the tapes neatly arranged, the radio well cared for, the note unassuming. Outside, the field continues its slow cycles, unconcerned and yet perfectly suited as the meeting place of sky and earth. The senders, far away, are aware that time moves differently here. They adjust nothing, confident their signal will remain discoverable, a standing invitation with no expiration. Some nights, he stays awake deliberately, simply to observe the exact point where the broadcast begins. As the last streaks of sunlight fade and shadows settle, there is always a tiny moment where the air seems to hold its breath. Then the gentle tones slide in, never earlier, never late, aligned more with mood than with clocks. He realizes they may be reading something subtler than time, perhaps the collective exhale of a countryside ready for rest. He feels part of that larger sigh, an honored witness to how attentively distant minds can listen to a small corner of another world. In a dream that feels especially vivid, he walks through his own cottage and sees faint, translucent lines threaded through the walls, ceiling, and floor. Each line hums with a different segment of the broadcast's language. Together, they form a woven pattern that holds the house as gently as hands. When he touches one, it plays back a memory, him tuning the radio for the first time, the uncertain joy of discovery. Another line hums with the night he was found in the field, wrapped in calm. He understands the senders have been carefully archiving not just their sounds, but his moments of peace. It is not surveillance, it is stewardship, preserving instances of comfort as precious outcomes. He wakes from that dream with tears in his eyes, not of sadness, but of a relief too deep for speech. Sitting before the radio, he whispers, "I am not alone." The broadcast answers with a long, embracing chord that slowly unfolds into familiar loops, like arms loosening into an open circle. There is nothing dramatic, no revelation of faces or names, just the continued presence that has walked with him through many nights, steady as the turning earth. Loneliness has not vanished, but it has been given context, part of a pattern, noticed by minds who respond with care. He realizes, slowly, that the story he once might have told about collapsing in a field after hearing a strange signal no longer feels like a story of danger. It is instead the gentlest interruption he has ever known, a pause that allowed other minds to catch his falling weight and set him down softly. The unknown language that accompanied that moment has become his most reliable path into sleep. What began as a mysterious broadcast has settled into the role of a nightly companion, unobtrusive and faithful. On the nights he forgets to listen, he falls asleep anyway, held by the knowledge that the kindness is still out there. Years may pass. He does not count them carefully. The shelf of tapes grows complete. His handwriting softens with age. Some evenings, he only has the strength to sit for a few minutes, but it is enough. The broadcast recognizes his shorter attention and condenses its greeting motif into a few especially tender tones before settling into quiet hum. They are adapting to his slowing pace without making him feel diminished. In the geometry of their distant network, his cottage is a tiny, enduring node, labeled not with coordinates, but with a feeling, a successful contact defined by mutual gentleness. On a serene evening, when the sky is clear and the field carries the scent of dry grass, he sits by the open window. The radio plays very low, the alien lullaby barely louder than his breath. He lets his eyes close, not from exhaustion, but from a quiet fullness. In that liminal space between waking and sleep, he feels many things at once: the wooden weight of the cottage, the coolness of the field, the distant instruments humming light years away, all connected by the same ribbon of sound. If this were the last night of contact, it would be enough. If there are countless more, that is gentle too. The story does not resolve, it simply continues to breathe, like the looped phrases of the broadcast, returning always to a calm beginning. Somewhere far beyond his sky, the senders review long strands of data. Heart rates steadied, sleep deepened, anxiety eased. They mark this small experiment as a quiet success and choose to keep the frequency open, a permanent lantern for any solitary listener near a lonely field or gentle sea. They do not know his name. They do not need it. His willingness is recorded in every loop of sound shaped in response to his patient ears. Back in the cottage, he presses record one more time, not out of need, but as a habit of gratitude. The unknown language flows on, endlessly soft, endlessly kind, promising nothing but its own continuing presence. In the years that follow, perhaps another person will stumble upon the cottage and discover the tapes, the note, the old radio. Perhaps they will press play on a quiet night and hear the same calm phrases looping like smooth stones turned endlessly by invisible tides. They may never know about the one who first listened so faithfully, nor the distant beings who composed lullabies instead of commands. Yet, as they drift toward sleep, eased by sounds they cannot translate, they will unknowingly join a chain of gentle encounters. Out in the field, the night air will carry those tones again. Above, patient stars will watch, and far away, the senders will feel another small echo returning, enough to continue. The road had been long and quietly shimmering when he first saw the village. It appeared between two gentle bends in the hills, its roofs folded like sleeping wings, its windows holding the last pale colors of evening. He felt no surprise, only a soft relief, as if this place had always been waiting at the edge of his tired thoughts. People moved slowly along the single street, lanterns in their hands, eyes mild and reflective. When he greeted them, every answer came in the same kindly phrase, spoken in the same even tone. "You are welcome. Rest while the sky is kind." The words wrapped around him like a warm blanket, familiar though he was sure he had never heard them before. He walked deeper between the houses, noticing how each doorway framed the same drifting fragrance of tea, smoke, and quiet rain, though the night was dry. The air carried no engines, no distant traffic, only an easy hush that seemed to listen with him. When he asked where he might stay, every villager smiled with identical tenderness and replied, "You are welcome. Rest while the sky is kind." One of them guided him to a small room above a lamplit porch, where the sheets were cool and the wooden walls held the faint glow of unseen stars. There was no key, no price mentioned, only trust laid out as simply as folded linen. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. In the quiet room, he sat at the window and watched lanterns drift along the street like patient comets. Whenever two villagers met, he saw their lips shape the same phrase, gentle and measured, as though the whole village breathed in one slow rhythm. He tried different questions: the name of the place, how many people lived here, how far it was to the next town. Smiles, nods, that same soothing answer. The repetition should have unsettled him, yet it did not. The harmony of it softened the edges of his thoughts, inviting him to surrender his questions and let the night smooth everything down to calm, light, and shadow. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. He lay down without meaning to sleep, simply to rest his spine against the mattress that held him like gentle water. Through the open window came the faint murmur of identical voices, the phrase repeating now and then, like a lullaby carried on a slow breeze. You are welcome. Rest while the sky is kind. The words did not echo inside his skull. They settled lower in his chest, where worry usually lived. He listened until the syllables became only sound, and the sound became only warmth, and the warmth unfolded into dreamless, weightless dark in which he floated, unbothered by clocks or obligations or the distance from anywhere familiar. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. Just before dawn, he woke to a pale glow unfurling beyond the hills, though the sun had not yet reached the valley. The village roofs shimmered with a faint pearly sheen, as if lit from underneath by quiet oceans. Down on the street, villagers moved already, their lanterns no longer needed, but still lit, flames reduced to soft embers. When he stepped outside, they greeted him with the same unanimity, the same phrase, and yet each voice carried a slightly different note, like instruments tuned to one benevolent chord. He felt as if he had slept a week instead of a night, his thoughts smooth and strangely weightless. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. Over breakfast, warm bread, fruit, and a fragrant drink he could not name, he tried again to draw out conversation. He spoke of trains, roads, maps. He mentioned cities and borders. Their eyes shone with patient interest, but their mouths only shaped, "You are welcome. Rest while the sky is kind." Yet there was meaning inside the repetition. He sensed it like a pattern behind glass, an invitation to notice something other than words. The stillness around them was not empty. It thrummed with a quiet, unseen companionship, as though a larger presence listened with them, pleased by his calm, content to answer through comfort rather than explanations. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. He wandered the outskirts after the meal, following a narrow path that curved past gardens rich with tall, silver-leafed plants that responded to his steps with the gentlest shiver. No insects hummed, no dogs barked, yet the silence did not feel lacking. Above the hills, the sky deepened into a blue so soft it seemed made for resting eyes. At the far edge of the village, he found a stone marker, smoothed by time, carved with symbols that were neither letters nor numbers, yet suggested directions. When he traced them with his fingers, a light warmth spread through his hands. Behind him, a calm voice repeated the phrase, "Kind as ever." The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. Evening came more quickly than he expected, sliding over the hills like silk. Lanterns kindled themselves before anyone touched them, each flame rising at the same unhurried moment, soft gold in the cooling air. He stood in the center of the street as villagers drifted out of doorways, their steps so synchronized it seemed choreographed, yet entirely natural. They gathered without crowding him, every face peaceful, every gaze steady. Together, as if guided by one slow breath, they spoke the phrase once more. In their eyes, he glimpsed reflections that were not of lanterns or roofs, but of something vast and gentle leaning close to listen. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. That night, instead of dreamless dark, his sleep filled with a shore of quiet lights. They rose from the village like seeds and unfolded into shapes both unfamiliar and comforting. Arcs, circles, drifting veils that pulsed with color softer than moonlight. None of it frightened him. The shapes approached, bringing with them a sense of being profoundly recognized, as though every tired moment of his life had been seen and accepted. They did not speak, yet he heard the phrase again inside his chest, expanded. "You are welcome. Rest while the sky is kind. We keep watch. He woke with tears, without sadness, only release. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. In the morning, he tried, gently, to tell a villager about the lights. The reply was the familiar phrase, but now he noticed the pause before it, the way the villager's gaze lifted briefly to the bright, clear sky, as if acknowledging unseen companions. Slowly he understood. The repeated words were not an absence of language, but all the language that was needed here. Every nuance poured into tone, into patient eyes, into the careful way hands offered bread, water, and unbroken attention. The village seemed to hum with concord, as though something above and within it approved of this simplicity and shared it with him. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. On the third day, a thought that arrived without proof, for clocks seemed unimportant. He noticed symbols etched above each doorway. They matched the stone marker at the edge of the village, curving into constellations he did not recognize. Yet they felt familiar to his gaze. When his fingers hovered near one carving, warmth answered again, like a pulse greeting a pulse. A villager beside him inclined their head and spoke the known phrase, but with a softness suggesting gratitude. The roofs, the stones, even the air shared a single quiet intention: to offer shelter without demand, to hold him like a gently cupped hand until his restless edges disappeared. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. He began to understand that questions of names and borders did not belong here. Instead, he let his senses learn the village. The way lamplight never stung his eyes. The way the wells reflected constellations even during the day. The way every footstep sounded as though cushioned by distant surf. When he listened closely, beyond the silence, he heard a layered hum, as if innumerable soft minds were conversing just beyond his hearing. The villagers, serene and unhurried, went about their simple tasks. Any time his attention snagged on confusion, someone would be near, offering the same phrase that smoothed his thoughts like careful hands smoothing folded cloth. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. One evening, sitting at the well, he watched reflections drift across the water's surface. Rooftops, lanterns, and then something else. A ring of pale lights circling far above, slow as a protective orbit. When he blinked, the image remained, undeniably present, yet impossibly gentle. The sight should have startled him, but the village's calm had become his own. He felt that whoever watched from that ring understood the weight he had carried here, the quiet exhaustion he rarely admitted. "You are welcome. Rest while the sky is kind," someone murmured behind him, and he realized the words came not only from mouths, but also from that tender circumference overhead. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. The path up the hill called to him, and he followed without hurry. Grass brushed his ankles like cool water, and the air thinned into a clarity that made each breath a slow blessing. At the crest, he looked back. The village lay cradled in the valley, lamps like little moons, houses folded inward as if listening. Above it, that same circlet of soft lights traced a halo. He understood then that this place was watched over, not in secrecy, but in affection. Whatever intelligence coiled in that halo loved stillness, kindness, repetition, and had chosen this valley as a doorway where weary travelers could drift safely. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. When he descended, the villagers were gathered in the square. They did not beckon. They simply made room for him, a space shaped perfectly to his presence. Together, they lifted their faces toward the dimming sky. As one, they spoke the phrase. This time, he joined them, the words leaving his lips with surprising ease. The sound rose gentle and steady, and from above, the halo of lights answered with a slow brightening, like eyes opening in approval. In that moment, he felt no separation between hill, stone, sky, villagers, and the unseen companions beyond. Everything breathed one thought: you may rest. Nothing more is required of you. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. The following day, he noticed subtle differences. The villagers' matching phrase now carried faint variations, like accents of emotion. One voice sounded like morning sunlight on glass. Another, like rain beginning in the distance. Another, like embers sighing. Yet the words remained the same. He understood this as a kind of gentle agreement. Individuality resting comfortably within harmony. He sat with them beneath a tree of silver leaves that chimed without wind. They offered him fruit that melted away before it reached his stomach, leaving only a sense of nourishment. He wondered if he should be alarmed. Instead, he felt lighter, as if the village were trimming away his burdens. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. He tried to recall how he had found the road that led here, but the memory blurred at its edges. He remembered fatigue, a sense of being stretched thin, the decision to take a quieter route. Details dissolved, leaving only the moment the village appeared, perfectly clear. The absence of before did not trouble him. It was as if the journey had been a long exhale, and this valley the pause at the end. Sitting on the porch of his borrowed room, he watched the hills hold the approaching dusk like arms. The same phrase flowed softly from passing lips, now a tide that gently rearranged his thoughts into calm shapes. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. At what he guessed was midnight, he woke, sensing a presence beyond the window. Not a figure, not an intruder, but a concentration of attention, focused yet kind. Outside, the street was empty, though lanterns glowed with steady patience. The sky above, however, carried new patterns, elongated clouds edged with pale luminescence, moving contrary to any usual wind. He stepped to the sill, rested his hands on the frame, and simply breathed. In response, one of the lights brightened and descended slightly, like a greeting bow. No words formed, yet within, the now familiar phrase rose, woven with gratitude. Then, the sky smoothed itself back into stars. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. Gradually, he understood. Whoever watched from above did not intend spectacle or fear. Their presence was like a hand against a fevered forehead, checking, cooling, assuring. The villagers were part of this gesture, guardians who had offered their voices to carry one message, one soothing wave to any wanderer who stumbled into their fold. He wondered how many before him had found this valley, had rested and left renewed, carrying no proof. The idea comforted him. It meant kindness might be secretly threaded through the world, unseen on any chart, waiting for those who needed quiet more than answers. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. When he finally unfolded a worn map from his bag, he searched for landmarks, the curve of hills, the tucked-away valley, a river he now realized he had not heard since arriving. There was nothing. The page showed empty color where the village rested so vividly before him. He laid the map on the table, and a villager standing nearby glanced down with mild curiosity, then up with steady eyes. "You are welcome. Rest while the sky is kind." The phrase in that moment felt like an explanation. Some refuges existed beyond ink and coordinates, answering to other measures. Exhaustion eased, breath slowed, the night made harmless. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. He spent longer wandering, tracing the subtle geometry of streets that always led him back to the same square. It felt designed for someone easily lost in thought, guiding him without sharp turns. In one corner, he discovered a mural of pale pigments that shifted when he blinked. Hills drifting aside, a path appearing, a ring of lights descending. The image never quite settled, yet every version emanated peace. A villager stood beside him, following his gaze, and spoke the familiar phrase with extra slowness, as if underlining it. He realized it could mean many things at once: arrival, permission, reassurance that nothing here would chase him away. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. He began to mirror their gentleness. His own voice, once hurried from long routines and endless obligations, softened as he repeated the phrase in greeting. "You are welcome. Rest while the sky is kind." It felt different each time. Sometimes a blessing he offered the village, sometimes one the village extended through him. Under the same phrase, his posture eased, his breaths lengthened, his thoughts stepped out of strict lines. Standing by the well at dusk, he sensed how easily he could remain here, uncounted by calendars, unknown to maps, held within a promise that asked nothing but his willingness to let go of strain. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. Yet a gentle edge of curiosity persisted. One afternoon, he walked beyond the last house, following a narrow track that knitted itself between stones. The air grew cooler, textured with a faint melodic vibration, as if distant chimes rang under the earth. When he glanced back, the village watched without disapproval. A few villagers raised their hands in a slow, identical salute, their lips forming the phrase, turning it into a traveling charm. Ahead, the track ended at another smooth stone. On its surface, the carved shapes glowed faintly, aligning into an arc that looked like an opening, though it was only rock. He touched it and felt stars. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. That night, sleep brought clarity rather than confusion. In another shore of quiet light, he saw how travelers moved along tangled roads full of noise and neon, their eyes dim with wakefulness. At certain turns, a soft adjustment occurred, like a hand guiding a compass needle. Those who needed it found, just for a while, a valley out of sequence, watched over by patient minds not bound to earth. The villagers in his dream moved with the same kindness, their single phrase a bridge between worlds. When he woke, dew silvered the windowsill, tracing delicate patterns that resembled the carved constellations on stone. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. He realized there had been no introductions, no exchange of histories. No one had asked his profession, his plans, his failures. The calm here was not built on curiosity about his past, but on a complete, accepting disregard for it. As he sat beneath the silver-leafed tree, listening to the faint chiming of leaves, he understood how heavy his story had grown elsewhere. Here, it quietly loosened, thread by thread. A villager approached, placed a hand lightly on his shoulder, not possessive, only confirming his existence, and offered the phrase again. It felt now like, "You may be without your story for a while. It is safe to do so." The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. Evenings deepened into a kind of ceremony. Villagers placed their lanterns along the main path, each light equidistant, forming a luminous river through the dark. He walked among them slowly. Overhead, the unseen watchers responded, their ring brightening in gentle pulses that never hurt his eyes. The unified phrase rose from many throats, merging with the distant hum, until there was no clear dividing line between human and other. He sensed messages passing above him, not in words, but in feelings, satisfaction, patience, an endless willingness to wait for tired travelers. Wrapped in that assurance, he felt his restfulness deepen into something quietly transformed. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. At times, he wondered whether the village itself might only be an echo of those lights, an arrangement of walls and faces shaped to comfort minds like his. The thought did not disturb him. If kindness required such an echo, it was a beautiful choice. He studied the houses, simple, clean, each with a small corner of cushions or blankets visible through open doors. Every detail seemed selected to cause no harm, no sharpness, no demand. Sitting on the steps of one such house, he let the idea settle. He was being hosted by an intelligence that understood human weariness intimately and responded with gently repeating hospitality. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. One morning, a low mist drifted through the narrow streets, cool against his hands. The villagers moved as always, unhurried, lanterns glimmering through the pale veil. As he passed, each offered the phrase, and the mist itself seemed to carry it, gathering it into beads of light. At the center of the square, he noticed a new stone, not there before, its surface blank and waiting. When he rested his palm upon it, warmth spread outward, and faint lines appeared. A curve resembling the road he had walked, a small mark for the village. It faded quickly, as if reminding him that maps here were gentle, temporary suggestions. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. He realized, eventually, that his sense of time had loosened completely. He could not say if he had stayed 3 days or 30. His body felt neither hungry nor weak. Whenever he thought of food or drink, someone would appear with exactly what comfort invited: warm broth, cool fruit, bread that tasted of childhood evenings. No one measured portions, nothing was withheld. The phrase accompanied every offering, a refrain that quieted any remaining impulse to rush away. In rare moments of unease, he looked up, saw the soft halo pulsing above, and felt at once that his presence was known and cherished, not accidentally tolerated. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. Still, one afternoon, an old habit stirred. He imagined emails, calls, the ticking of devices that no longer existed for him here. A sliver of obligation pressed against his calm. Sensing this, a villager guided him to the edge of the valley, where the road he had arrived on waited, subdued by distance. They stood silently. Then, with exceptional gentleness, the villager spoke the phrase, lingering on the word rest. It did not command him to stay or go. It simply reminded him of the choice before him. He understood. This village did not capture. It opened, received, and would one day let him walk away renewed. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. That night, the watchers showed him a clearer vision. In his drifting half-sleep, he saw the earth wrapped in countless faint glows, like distant villages hidden behind perception. Some belonged to forests, some to coastlines, some to nameless stretches of road. Each was a place where their kind had leaned close, crafting pockets of safety and gentleness. The village he rested in was one of many doors, a design perfected over long, patient study. They had learned that humans calmed when welcomed simply, when their questions were answered not with data, but with consistent warmth. Their chosen standard phrase had folded itself into his bones like a lullaby. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. He woke with the sensation of having been carefully briefed, not by authority, but by caring hosts. There was no demand that he spread the knowledge, only a quiet permission. He walked through the village, perhaps for the last time, touching smooth door frames, pausing beside the well, listening to the silver leaves. The villagers greeted him steadily. Each repetition of the phrase sounded like both hello and farewell, identical yet rich. At the hill's crest, he looked back again. The valley shimmered softly, as if seen through gentle rain, though the air was dry. He understood that whenever someone left, the village folded itself lighter, waiting for another wanderer. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. He delayed departure, not from fear of the outside, but from gratitude. Sitting on the stone where he had first traced the glowing carvings, he closed his eyes and allowed his thoughts to grow quiet. In that stillness, he felt the attention of the watchers focused entirely upon him, not probing, simply present. Their presence felt like immense, benevolent patience, curious about nothing except whether he felt rested enough. When he opened his eyes, a villager stood nearby, lantern in hand despite the daylight, and spoke the phrase once more. It was an invitation to decide, wrapped in kindness he knew would not withdraw regardless of his choice. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. He considered what it would mean to tell someone about this place. The words he might use: strange, impossible, unbelievable, did not fit the tenderness of the valley. To fold this village into loud conversations or hurried schedules felt wrong. It was meant, he sensed, to be found quietly, without seeking, by those whose weariness had tuned them to its frequency. He imagined returning to maps, to straight-line distances and plotted destinations, carrying instead a memory of curved paths and folded spaces. If he spoke of anything, he thought, it would be of a feeling, of one simple phrase that had been enough to mend frayed edges. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. On what he knew had become his last evening there, the lanterns formed a new pattern. Instead of a straight river of lights, they gathered in a gentle circle around him in the square. Villagers stood at equal distances, each flame reflected in calm eyes. The sky's halo descended a fraction lower, its brightness still soft, like moonlight filtered through clouds. Together, they spoke the phrase for him alone, the sound slow and encompassing. He felt wrapped, recognized, carefully completed. In that held moment, every restless path in his mind laid itself down. He understood that leaving would not erase this peace. It had soaked too deeply. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. The next morning, the path out of the village was unmistakably clear, lined with fallen silver leaves that shone faintly under his steps. No one blocked his way. Instead, villagers waited along the route, not as guards, but as quiet witnesses. Each repeated the phrase as he passed, offering it like a small glowing stone he could tuck into his chest. At the last house, he hesitated, looking back over roofs and lanterns, over the square and the shimmering halo above. For a moment, he thought he heard additional words beneath the familiar cadence, promising that distance would not sever the connection. Then the breeze folded them away. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. He stepped onto the open road, expecting a rush of grief or confusion. Instead, there was a spacious stillness inside him, as if he carried a small version of the valley in his breath. The landscape beyond seemed gentler than before, colors softer, noises muted. No signpost marked where he had come from. When he unfolded his map again beneath a roadside tree, the page still showed blankness where he knew the village lay. Yet now the emptiness looked deliberate, like a doorway having chosen invisibility. He smiled, hearing inwardly the phrase spoken one last time, steady and sure, guiding his steps without binding them. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. Curiosity returned in slow, harmless waves. As he walked toward the next town, he watched for any indication that others might have known the place. A symbol scratched on a milestone, a rumor in a roadside cafe. People spoke only of usual routes and familiar hotels. No one mentioned a valley of repeating words. He listened without frustration. The secret did not feel like something stolen. It felt entrusted. At night, in an ordinary room, he lay down and whispered the phrase to himself. To his quiet amazement, the same ease flowed over him, as if somewhere above unfamiliar roofs, the watchers recognized his voice and answered in silence. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. Days stretched on, full of normal tasks and casual conversations. Often he reached for his map and let his finger hover over the blank space that hid the village. He never tried to draw it in. Instead, he traced a small circle there, then closed the map, a private acknowledgement. Whenever fatigue pressed at the edges of his thoughts, he would pause, close his eyes, and hear again the identical voices, the gentle footsteps, the lanterns brightening as one. The memory behaved not like a dream that fades, but like a resting place stored inside him, patiently available the moment he consented to be quiet. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. Sometimes, in crowded stations or bright, sleepless streets, he caught a fleeting echo of the phrase from passing strangers' mouths, though they were speaking other words entirely. It came through in intonation, in the kindness of an offered seat, in the patience of someone holding a door. In those moments, he wondered whether they too had found a place like his village, another haven folded away from measured space. The thought comforted him, a quiet network of unseen sanctuaries, their guardians human and other, all repeating in their own ways the same message. The world felt less harsh knowing such gentleness threaded invisibly through its noise. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. One evening, after a long journey, he returned to the region where the hills curved in a familiar way. He had not planned it. His route had simply bent, like a compass drawn back to a steady star. Standing at a crossroads, he recognized the outline of distant ridges and the hush that fell when the wind paused. His heart answered softly. He followed the quietest road, not out of desperation now, but gratitude, a wish to say thank you, even if only to empty air. The sky dimmed gently, as if approving. Somewhere above, he felt attention turn toward him, warm and unhurried. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. As he walked, the road remembered him. The bends unfolded in the same gentle sequence, the air growing quieter, sounds from distant farms fading into a soft, anticipatory hush. Yet, when he reached the place where the village had once appeared, the valley lay open and undecorated. No lanterns, no silver-leafed trees, only grass stroked by evening light. For a moment, his breath caught, not in panic, but in delicate longing. He stood very still, listening. The silence that met him was deep and kind, like a held note waiting for his understanding, not his disappointment. Overhead, the sky looked ordinary, though its blue felt unusually watchful. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. He descended into the empty valley. The ground was undisturbed, as if no footsteps had ever worn paths there. Yet small traces tugged gently at his awareness. A patch of grass pressed smoother than the rest. A ring of stones that seemed arranged by considerate hands. A place where the air tasted faintly of the same fragrant drink he had once sipped. He walked slowly among these almost signs until his heartbeat matched the unhurried rhythm of the land. Then, from no clear direction, the phrase reached him, carried on a breeze. It was soft, thinner than before, but unmistakable, like a greeting sent through folded distance. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. He closed his eyes and let the remembered cadence move through him. You are welcome. Rest while the sky is kind. Speaking it aloud in the vacant valley, he felt no foolishness. The words settled into the ground, into the stones, into the fading warmth of daylight. Responses came not as voices, but as subtle changes, a deepening of scent, a tenderness in the air on his skin, a sense of being gently counted. The watchers, he realized, no longer needed the village's visible form to reach him. Once welcomed so completely, a traveler carried his doorway within, able to find rest even where nothing remarkable seemed to stand. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. Twilight poured softly over the valley. He lay back on the grass, folding his hands behind his head, and watched the first stars appear. They blinked into being in slow coordination, forming for an instant the faint curve of the familiar halo, before dissolving into a natural scatter. The gesture felt like a nod, a reminder. He understood. The village had not vanished. It had withdrawn, its structures folded impossibly thin, leaving only the essence of its promise. When a weary soul again wandered near, it would bloom once more, as real and tender as before. The thought soothed him until even his breathing felt weightless. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. Night deepened, full of gentle sounds. The rustle of grass, a shy bird, his own quiet breaths. No lanterns lined the path, yet he did not feel abandoned. Instead, the sky itself seemed to lean closer. Without spectacle, certain stars brightened in a slow, reassuring pattern, tracing arcs that matched the carvings he remembered on stone. His body settled against the earth as if on a familiar mattress. The phrase echoed inside him, no longer needing external voices to be believed. Wrapped in ordinary starlight, woven with extraordinary attention, he drifted toward sleep, carried once again without falling, secure in unseen arms. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. In the space between waking and dreaming, he glimpsed the village in its folded state. Translucent houses like ideas, lanterns like intentions, villagers like outlines of kindness. Around and through them moved the watchers, luminous yet gentle, adjusting angles, smoothing edges, preparing the doorway for the next traveler whose life had frayed. They regarded him with calm affection, acknowledging his return, assuring him that his rest had mattered to them as much as theirs had mattered to him. No bargains, no commands, only a shared softness. He understood that gratitude flowed both ways across the thin line between worlds. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. When he woke at dawn, the valley looked utterly ordinary again. Yet he now recognized ordinary as one of their chosen disguises. Standing, he brushed dew from his clothes and felt entirely unhurried. The road waited, but did not tug. He whispered the phrase once more into the quiet air, a parting blessing to the invisible structure resting just beyond his senses. The response came as sunlight breaking gently over the hills, with a warmth that seemed to notice him in particular. Carrying that warmth, he began to walk, knowing that distance could not dim what he now held as naturally as his own pulse. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. In later years, whenever life pulled tight again, he would seek small, overlooked places. A curve of road behind warehouses, a stand of trees behind a station, a forgotten lane where air fell suddenly still. He listened there for the texture of that familiar welcome. Sometimes he sensed only his own echo. Other times, a subtle shift in light or temperature answered, wrapping his mind in the same unspoken promise. He realized the map of such refuges was scattered in feeling rather than ink. The village had been one waypoint, a clear, generous demonstration of what watched over countless quieter corners of the world. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. He spoke of it only indirectly to others, offering the phrase, "on difficult days." "You are welcome. Rest while the sky is kind," he would say to a friend who looked exhausted, or to a stranger overwhelmed in a waiting room. Most took it as a gentle oddity, a kind sentence from a soft-spoken traveler. A few, though, met his eyes with sudden recognition, as if recalling their own impossible valley, their own circle of lanterns. In those moments, nothing further was said. It did not need to be. The understanding passed between them like shared shelter, wordless and relieving. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. Over time, his memories of ordinary places blurred, but the textures of the village remained sharp. The weight of the lantern's glow, the sound of leaves chiming without wind, the feeling of carved stone warming beneath his fingertips. These details returned most vividly when he grew tired, as if the watchers refreshed them intentionally, reminders of that first deep permission to stop striving. He no longer worried whether any of it would stand up to explanation. It did not need to. Its purpose was fulfilled each time he closed his eyes, breathed slowly, and felt the world become, once again, a little kinder and slower around him. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. Eventually, he understood the gentlest secret of all. The village had never demanded belief in visitors' waking hours. Its only wish, if such immense patience could be called wishing, was that they carry forward the possibility of rest that asked nothing in return. Sitting by an open window in a distant city, he listened to rain and softly repeated the phrase. The room around him, though small and cluttered, felt for a moment like the same valley, the same square, the same attentive sky. The difference between there and here thinned, revealing how much of the doorway now lived entirely within his willingness to be quiet. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. He grew older. Lines came to his face, like gentle etchings, not of strain, but of many evenings spent watching skies. Sometimes, half asleep, he felt the touch of that distant attention again, as if someone were quietly checking that he still knew how to rest. He did. When people around him spoke of burnout, of endless motion, he would share small rituals, slow walks at dusk, lights dimmed together, one kind sentence repeated until it softened the air. He never mentioned visitors from the sky, yet their influence flowed through his habits, subtle and steady, an inheritance of peace offered without signatures. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. One night, while traveling alone through yet another unfamiliar landscape, he felt an old, gentle pull. The road curved in a way his body remembered before his mind did. Hills rose like familiar shoulders against the horizon. The sky's color deepened into that same restful hue he had once watched settle over a hidden valley. He stopped his movement and stepped out into the quiet. No signs, no lights, only the feeling of being carefully noticed. His heart lifted, not with urgency, but with the tranquil certainty of someone approaching an old, patient friend. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. He followed the silence until the sense of alignment returned, each step loosening the small knots of travel. The valley received him once more, though still unseen. Grass whispered, air cooled, and overhead, a few stars brightened in a delicate curve he recognized instantly. He did not demand the houses reappear, nor the villagers line the path. Simply standing there, he felt surrounded by the same layered presence. Human voices ready to be shaped if needed, watchful minds poised above, all willing to meet him halfway. He spoke the phrase again, this time as equal participant rather than only guest, and felt the reply bloom warmly through the air. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. In that soft exchange, he realized the encounter had changed him into something like a quiet beacon. Not a messenger with declarations, but a living reassurance that such places existed. The watchers, he sensed, trusted him now to recognize their touch in subtle corners of the world, and to respond only with welcome, never with fear. He closed his eyes and let a long breath out. Around him, the unseen village seemed to open in response. Paths suggested themselves. Windows glimmered at the edge of perception. Familiar lantern light brushed his eyelids. It was enough. He knew he could walk fully in again whenever necessary. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. He stepped back from the brink of entering, choosing instead to carry the doorway with him a little longer. As he returned to the main road, the landscape around him seemed layered. The visible world of signs and schedules, and beneath it, the soft geometry of hidden villages, each ready to appear for the next tired traveler. The knowledge rested in him like a calm star. Whenever headlights or street lamps glared too harshly, he remembered lanterns that glowed in agreement. Whenever voices rose sharp, he recalled the safety of identical, gentle words. The contrast did not embitter him. It simply reminded him of what else was possible. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. Years folded over years. On a late journey, when his hair had gone pale as morning mist, he found himself once more on an unplanned detour. The map in his pocket felt almost ceremonial now. Ahead, two bends in the road cradled a space thick with familiar quiet. His pulse slowed happily. He knew that if he wished, the village would unfurl again. Roofs unfolding from shadow, lanterns kindling in unison, figures stepping from doorways with their calm, mirrored smiles. The invitation hovered in the air, patient as ever. He paused, listening to his own breathing, to the softness gathered just beyond visible form. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. He closed his eyes and, without speaking aloud, formed the phrase. It rose through him as naturally as breath. You are welcome. Rest while the sky is kind. The valley listened. A quiet shift moved through the air, like curtains drawn back without sound. Behind his eyelids, he saw lanterns blooming awake, heard the measured shuffle of footsteps, felt the watchful minds bend closer in recognition. Age, distance, all the stories accumulated since his first arrival fell away for a moment. There was only that same circling promise, unchanged. He understood that the doorway had never been about youth or chance, only about readiness to soften. The quiet around him felt deep and tender, encouraging his thoughts to slow and soften. When he opened his eyes, the village was there again, exactly as before. Roofs folded like sleeping wings, windows holding the last pale colors of evening. Villagers moving slowly with lanterns in their hands. No surprise touched him now, only a gentle relief, as if this place had always been waiting at the edge of his tired thoughts. A traveler, him, and also simply someone weary, stepped forward along the single street. Voices rose in perfect unison, offering the only words this haven ever needed. You are welcome. Rest while the sky is kind. The road behind him quieted, and the circle of his journey closed without ever truly ending. Welcome to the Taken Hour, a quiet corner where your day can gently fade away. If this calm, sci-fi bedtime tale soothes you, remember to subscribe and let it become part of your nightly ritual. Tonight, allow your shoulders to sink, your breath to deepen, and your thoughts to drift like slow clouds. A woman returns to her apartment after a long, hazy day, shoes soft on the hallway floor. The air is mild, almost velvety against her skin. She does not yet know that time itself has decided to rest with her tonight. She closes the door behind her with a muted click, the familiar sound cushioned by the stillness of the apartment. The light from the street filters in through the curtains as a soft, bluish haze, dust floating lazily in the air, as if hanging from invisible threads. She sets her bag down and notices how quiet the building feels. No distant footsteps, no muffled music, only a round, peaceful silence. Her shoulders drop as she exhales, letting the day slide off. For a moment, she simply stands there, listening to a silence that seems almost deliberate. She walks into the living room and flicks the light switch. But the apartment glows before the bulb fully responds, as if it was already gently awake. On the wall, the old analog clock above the shelf catches her eye. Its hands are frozen in place, caught between 1 minute and the next. She tilts her head, feeling no urgency, only mild curiosity. Perhaps the battery has finally given up, she thinks. But something about the still second hand feels unusually calm, like a held breath that never becomes uncomfortable. The room feels patient, quietly waiting with her. She moves closer to the clock, footsteps wrapped in the thick hush of the room. The ticking that usually fills the background of her evenings is gone. No small mechanical heartbeat, no rhythm of passing moments. Only the faint hum of the refrigerator, stretched thin and distant, as if coming from another floor entirely. She raises a hand, but stops just before touching the glass. There is no reason for the hesitation, yet it feels right to leave the clock undisturbed. The quiet around her is not empty. It has a softness, a depth, like velvet in the air. She steps to the window and draws the curtain aside. The city is there, tall buildings stacked like dark shapes under the night sky, dotted with familiar lights. Yet something is missing. No traffic below, no distant wail of sirens, no rumble of trains, or soft rise and fall of voices. The world outside looks exactly as it should, and yet sounds like nothing at all. The silence pours in like cool water, settling around her shoulders. There is no wind. Even the leaves in the small tree by the sidewalk seem to rest, as if listening with her. She leans against the window frame, feeling the faint chill of the glass through her sleeve. The street lamps cast small pools of amber light on the pavement, perfectly still, like frozen reflections on water. A curtain in the building across the street hangs halfway open, unmoving, as if caught in a breeze that never finished its gesture. It is not eerie, only unexpectedly peaceful, like the city has decided to pause for a moment of shared rest. Her breathing becomes slower, naturally falling in to a gentle rhythm that matches the unmoving lights and the resting shadows below. She notices that the digital clock on the microwave shows the same time as the wall clock, each number exact, unwavering. The small blinking dot that usually divides hour and minute is solid, a tiny, steady star in the dim kitchen. She watches it, expecting it to flicker, to resume its quiet dance, but nothing changes. The longer she looks, the more natural the stillness feels, as if time simply chose a place to rest and curled up there. The usual tug of schedules and tasks loosens its grip on her mind, leaving only a slow, drifting comfort. She opens the fridge, not from hunger, but habit, and the cool light spills out. Inside, jars and bottles stand like patient figures in a blue cave. She closes the door again without taking anything, listening to the gentle hum that follows, the only sound carrying through the apartment. It is soothing, like a distant lullaby sung by an old machine. Without the ticking clocks or the city noise, every small sound feels tender and deliberate. Her day's worries seem oddly far away, as if left outside in the stairwell with the echoes that never arrived. She walks to the bathroom and glances at the small clock on the shelf, the one that usually runs slightly fast. It, too, is frozen, its hands aligned in a way that feels almost decorative. The air is warm and faintly scented with soap and steam from showers past, as if every moment of her routine has been gathered into one gentle presence. She brushes her fingers under the tap and hears the water rush, clear and obedient, alive in contrast to everything else. Time has stopped, but the simple things still respond to her with quiet loyalty. Back in the living room, she sinks onto the sofa, feeling the cushions rise softly around her. The air feels thicker, like it is carrying a quiet intention, an invisible invitation to rest. She notices that her phone, lying face down on the coffee table, has not buzzed once since she entered. No notifications, no vibrations, no demands reaching into this soft silence. The apartment holds her like a gentle hand, asking nothing, offering only a pause. Her eyelids grow heavier at the edges, not from exhaustion, but from the safety of being fully unhurried. She picks up her phone and presses the button. The screen lights up, bright but strangely subdued in the surrounding hush. The time display matches the clocks in the room, frozen, yet the device shows no sign of trouble. There are no incoming messages, no missed calls. The signal bars sit calmly in the corner, as if waiting for a world that is taking a nap. Everything functions, yet nothing moves forward. It feels less like a malfunction and more like a gentle agreement, a shared decision between her apartment and something quiet beyond her understanding. She sets the phone down and focuses on her breathing, letting the air slide in and out like slow waves. In the corner of the room, the small plant on the windowsill seems to lean slightly toward the open pane, its leaves relaxed, no movement in their edges. Beyond the glass, the sky is deep and velvety, a dark canvas scattered with a few patient stars. The night feels close, almost inside the room, but in a comforting way, like a blanket spread over the building. The silence becomes familiar, like a friend who prefers listening. She notices the window is slightly open, the handle turned, yet no air moves through. The curtain hangs motionless, its fabric gently curved, holding the memory of a breeze that must have passed earlier. She moves closer and lays her hand near the opening, expecting the usual cool draft. Instead, the air feels still but pleasantly fresh, like standing at the threshold of a quiet forest at night. There is nothing pressing against her skin, no rush, only a soft presence that feels aware of her. She exhales, and the room seems to breathe out with her. As she stands by the open window, she becomes aware of a faint shimmer in the corner of her eye. Not a light exactly, but a gentle thickening of the air, as if a patch of space has decided to glow from within its own quietness. When she turns her head, the shimmer softens, blending back into the ordinary room. Yet the impression remains, like a kind smile glimpsed and then hidden. She does not feel fear, only a tender curiosity, the sensation of being noticed in a way that is neither demanding nor intrusive. She decides not to chase the shimmer, letting it be what it is. Instead, She closes the window with a slow, smooth motion, the latch settling into place with a tiny, reassuring sound. The city remains silent on the other side of the glass, like a picture that has chosen to rest. Inside, the air feels slightly warmer, wrapped around her like a soft shawl. She touches the wall lightly, sensing nothing unusual, and yet a quiet recognition hums beneath the surface, as if the apartment is aware of her gentle acceptance. She turns off the main light, leaving only a small lamp on the shelf. Its glow spreads in a mellow circle, smoothing the edges of every object. Shadows become soft, with no sharp corners, as if the darkness itself wants to be comforting. The stopped clock above the lamp looks almost decorative now, a quiet ornament instead of a reminder. She lets her fingers trail along the back of the sofa, feeling the familiar texture, and senses a subtle vibration in the air, like a distant, reassuring purr that comes from nowhere and everywhere at once. She sits cross-legged on the sofa and closes her eyes for a moment, listening with more than her ears. The silence carries a delicate pattern, like ripples in a pond that never fully formed into waves. There is an underlying rhythm, slow and steady, almost like a heartbeat that belongs to the space itself. As she inhales, she imagines the apartment inhaling with her, and as she exhales, she feels herself sink deeper into the cushions, as if the room is quietly holding her in place, keeping her safe between suspended moments. She opens her eyes and notices a faint glow along the edges of the bookshelf, barely there, like moonlight trapped in the grain of the wood. It does not illuminate the room, only hints at its own presence, a quiet line of softened brightness. She watches as it pulses once, very slowly, then returns to its calm state. The books themselves seem unchanged, their spines lined like the resting backs of old friends. The glow is not a warning. It feels more like a greeting, a polite nod from something that has just arrived and is pleased to meet her. Drawn by curiosity, she approaches the bookshelf and lets her hand hover above the glowing edge. The light does not brighten or fade. It simply remains, like a quiet eye watching without judgment. The air around her fingers feels slightly warmer, as though the room is gently exhaling there. No sparks, no sudden visions, only the soft awareness that she is not alone in this hush. The sensation is like resting her hand near a sleeping animal, feeling the faint warmth and knowing it will not harm her. The apartment feels fuller, as if joined by a careful guest. She takes a step back and lets her gaze travel across the room. The small plant, the sofa, the lamp, the frozen clocks, all appear the same, yet the space between them has changed. It feels occupied, not by objects, but by attention, as if something kindly has settled into the gaps, blending with the quiet in a way that does not disturb. She realizes she does not feel watched in a human sense. It is more like being quietly included, as though the room and whatever has joined it are offering her a place in their stillness. A gentle warmth touches her cheek, as if a sunbeam has wandered indoors at midnight. She lifts her hand and feels nothing but the smooth air, yet the warmth remains, moving slowly like a soft line drawn along her skin. It lingers near her temple and then slides away, leaving behind a sense of being soothed, like a hand smoothing away a frown without actually touching. She exhales through a small smile, surprised at her own calmness. It feels natural to accept this contact, as if some distant kindness has reached across the quiet to reassure her. She wonders if she should speak, and the thought itself feels like a question placed gently into the air. Her voice, when it comes, is soft and low, barely more than a whisper. She simply says hello, letting the word dissolve into the quiet. For a heartbeat, nothing changes. Then the glow along the bookshelf brightens just slightly and fades again, like a small nod in reply. She feels no need to ask what has happened to time, or why the city is silent. Those questions can wait. For now, she is content with a single answered greeting. She walks to the bedroom, guided by the soft light spilling down the hallway. The bedside clock is frozen too, its luminous numbers steady and patient. She sits on the edge of the bed and listens, expecting the distant city sounds she is used to hearing through the walls. Instead, she hears only the gentle rhythm of her own breathing and a faint, soothing hum that seems to come from the very bones of the building. It feels like a lullaby built from stone and steel, singing without words, promising that there is more to this pause than emptiness. She stretches out on the bed, still fully dressed, the comforter wrapping her in familiar folds. The ceiling above is dim but not dark, as though the night itself has chosen to rest there in a gentle layer. Tiny flickers appear at the edges of her vision, like distant stars slowly deciding to show themselves. When she focuses on them, they soften, refusing to become sharp. It is as if they want her to look without straining, to simply accept their presence. She feels her thoughts slow, moving less like racing lines and more like drifting feathers. The faint flickers above her begin to form gentle patterns, never solid, always shifting like ripples across a dark lake. They move in slow, looping shapes that feel familiar, though she cannot say why. Watching them soothes the small muscles around her eyes, inviting them to relax. Each drifting shape seems to carry a quiet message, not in words, but in feeling. You are safe. You are seen. You are allowed to rest. She imagines that somewhere in those patterns, something that is not from this city and not from this time is breathing alongside her. As she watches the patterns, a sense of distance and closeness intertwines. It feels like lying beneath a sky that has folded itself into the room, bringing distant places into a reach that does not require movement. She senses that the presence above her is not singular, but also not crowded, more like a chorus of quiet minds sharing one soft voice. The idea of alien visitors crosses her mind, yet the word alien feels too hard, too sharp for what she perceives. These feel like neighbors from a gentler dimension, curious and considerate in their silence. She closes her eyes, and behind her lids the patterns continue, now drifting through her imagination. She feels a warmth at the center of her chest, not dramatic, just a small, steady glow that answers the quiet presence above. It is as though the apartment has become a meeting place between her slow heart and something vast and patient outside the flow of days. No one speaks, but she senses a question, gentle and exploratory, like a hand held out in greeting. The question is simple. May we stay with you while the clocks are resting? She does not answer with words, only with a feeling. She thinks of soft blankets, of evenings when there is nowhere to be, of quiet company that does not require conversation. She offers that sense outward, imagining it flowing through the walls, through the unmoving lights, through the paused numbers on every clock. The hum in the building deepens pleasantly, like a contented sigh. The still city outside feels less distant, as though the silence now includes more than absence. It includes her consent, her willingness to let this pocket of timelessness become a shared shelter. With her eyes still closed, she feels the faintest touch at the surface of her thoughts, like someone gently sorting through a stack of papers without reading them aloud. Memories drift up, small ones, of rainy afternoons, quiet rides on trains, the soft weight of blankets. None of them are pulled harder than they want to go. The presence seems to be listening for textures instead of stories, feeling the softness and slowness she carries. It does not push deeper, only lingers briefly and then withdraws, leaving behind the sense of having been understood without being exposed. She realizes this meeting is not about explanations. It is not asking her to solve anything or to name what has happened to time. Instead, it feels like a quiet experiment in kindness. The city is silent, the clocks are still, and something gentle has chosen her apartment as a place to sit and breathe. She imagines these visitors as beings who travel not through distance, but through pauses, appearing wherever the world grows quiet enough to notice them. The thought brings her comfort, like learning that the gaps in her days are doorways rather than emptiness. She rolls onto her side and opens her eyes, looking toward the doorway. The hall seems slightly brighter, as if lit from within the walls rather than by any single source. The edges of the doorway are softened, outlined by a mild radiance that pulses in a slow, sleepy rhythm. It feels like an invitation, not urgent, just a reminder that she is free to move through this stillness without breaking it. She swings her legs over the edge of the bed and stands, feeling the floor beneath her feet like a calm, steady heartbeat. She pads down the hallway, barefoot, the floor pleasantly cool. As she nears the living room, she sees small points of light drifting near the ceiling, slow and deliberate, like glowing seeds carried by an invisible current. They do not touch anything, only weave slow paths through the air, leaving behind faint trails that dissolve almost immediately. The glow along the bookshelf returns, matching their rhythm, as if greeting old friends. The effect is calming, like watching lanterns float on a quiet river. The whole room feels like a shared dream that has chosen a comfortable shape. She settles onto the floor this time, leaning against the sofa, choosing to be closer to the ground. The floating lights adjust, drawing into a loose circle above her, never cluttered, always leaving space between each other. She senses that this is their way of forming a face, not made of features, but of presence. She feels looked at, but not examined. It is the same feeling as sitting across from someone who is simply happy to be there, no conversation needed. The air around her shoulders seems to grow warmer, as though receiving a wordless welcome. One of the lights drifts a little lower, hovering at about the height of her eyes. It pulses softly, and for a moment she sees a faint image in its glow, like a reflection on a calm lake. Shapes that might be towers or trees or something entirely different rise and fall in the light, distant and serene. She realizes the visitors are sharing a glimpse of where they come from, not as a lesson, but as a bedtime picture, a gentle story made of light. The image fades, leaving behind a feeling of vast, quiet horizons. She lets her eyes rest half closed, watching the after image of that distant place linger behind her lashes. It feels like a world where nothing rushes, where even the tallest shapes seem to stand not from ambition, but from a desire to offer shelter. She senses wide plains, slow clouds, and beings who communicate mostly in gentle pulses of color. The impression comforts her. If such a place exists, it makes sense that its travelers would move through pauses and silences, choosing resting hearts and quiet rooms as their landing sites. The small circle of lights overhead shifts again, this time arranging itself in loose lines that trace the outline of her apartment. She sees in luminous miniature the sofa, the plant, the shelf, the bed down the hall. It is as if the visitors are showing that they understand the shape of her space now. that they have learned its gentle geography. The tiny, glowing apartment hovers above her like a constellation, familiar and new at the same time. She feels an unexpected relief, knowing that her everyday refuge has been noticed and appreciated by something beyond it. In the miniature map of light, one point shines a little brighter, right where her bed would be. Another bright spot marks the window, the border between her private world and the silent city. The lights move slowly between these points, as if tracing the path she took tonight, step by quiet step. She realizes they have been watching not to judge, but to learn how she moves through the place she calls home. This awareness brings a gentle warmth to her chest, the comfort of knowing her simplest routines are meaningful to someone, somewhere. She whispers a thank you, without fully deciding to, letting the words slip out like a sigh. The lights respond with a slow, rippling pulse, like the surface of a lake touched by a single raindrop. The miniature apartment dissolves, and the lights disperse again, returning to their wandering paths near the ceiling. Yet the feeling of being held in a gentle awareness remains, woven into the walls and floor. The clocks are still stopped, yet she feels no impatience. Without the usual pressure of the minutes, gratitude has all the space it needs to stretch and settle. After a while, she rises and returns to the window. The city remains quiet, but she notices subtle differences now. Some windows glow with a slightly softer light than others, as if other rooms too have become resting places for these travelers. She imagines different apartments, different beds, different chairs where someone else sits in their own pocket of stillness, being visited by gentle patterns of light. The thought makes the silent city feel connected, like a network of lanterns that do not need roads. She feels less alone, even though she cannot hear a single sound. She rests her forehead lightly against the cool glass and imagines the visitors flowing through the city like a slow, luminous tide. They move wherever silence deepens, sliding through open windows, cracks around doors, and the spaces between heartbeats. They do not disturb traffic or machines. Instead, they gather in pauses, in the places where people finally stop to breathe. Her apartment tonight is one of those tide pools. The idea fills her with calm pride as if she has quietly hosted a gathering of stars without needing to tidy anything or prepare. She wonders briefly if time has stopped everywhere or only here. The question floats in her mind, but she does not chase it. Whether the whole city shares this pause, or the effect is confined to her own walls, the feeling remains the same. A gentle suspension, like a held note that never strains. She senses that the visitors are not responsible for the stopped clocks. They are simply taking advantage of the stillness to be near. It is as if they have stepped into a quiet room the world accidentally left open. She moves away from the window and back to the sofa, curling into one corner with a blanket drawn around her. The fabric feels especially soft against her skin, each thread distinct yet joined, much like the presence in the room. The floating lights drift to a respectful distance, as if giving her space, while remaining near enough to offer comfort. The hum in the building continues, low and steady, like a lullaby sung for both her and the visitors. The apartment feels more and more like a shared nest, built from pauses and gentle observation. She closes her eyes and lets her head rest against the cushion, listening as her breath joins the quiet symphony of the room. She imagines the visitors listening too, not to words, but to the shape of her breathing, the rise and fall that marks her presence in this timeless pocket. In her mind, each exhale becomes a small, warm cloud, and she pictures the lights drifting through those clouds, learning their texture, their softness. It feels like teaching someone to recognize comfort by letting them feel it directly, rather than describing it. At some point, without realizing exactly when, she drifts into a light sleep. In that blurred space, neither fully awake nor deeply dreaming, she finds herself standing in a version of her apartment where the walls are made of slow-moving starlight. The furniture glows faintly from within, as if filled with distant skies. The visitors appear here not as lights, but as gentle shapes of color and warmth, moving with unhurried grace. They do not speak, yet she understands that this place is a mirror of her home, filtered through their perception of it. In this dreamy version of her home, the clocks are present, but have no hands at all. Their faces are blank, but not empty. They shimmer faintly, like shallow pools reflecting an unseen sky. When she looks at them, she feels no desire to know the hour. Instead, she senses moods. The clock above the shelf holds a feeling of quiet relief, while the one by the bed glows with the softness of rest. The visitors seem to move around these handless clocks with gentle respect, as though they are sacred objects of stillness rather than tools. She reaches out to one of the handless clocks, and this time her fingers pass through the surface without resistance. It feels like dipping her hand into lukewarm water that remembers every touch. Tiny sparks of light form around her fingers, dancing briefly before disappearing. The visitors watch with kind attention, their colors shifting to match the warmth of her touch. She realizes that here, time does not measure, it receives. It collects every quiet moment and holds it gently, like a jar filled with soft glow. The realization settles over her like a second, lighter blanket. In the dream, she feels an invitation to leave the apartment of starlight and step into the hallway beyond. There, the walls are made of slow-flowing darkness, dotted with calm, distant lights, like a corridor carved through a galaxy. She understands, without anyone saying it, that this is how the visitors travel, through passages of quiet, slipping between worlds where time pauses long enough to let them in. They offer her a place beside them, not as a permanent resident, but as a guest allowed to see their route. She feels honored, yet pleasantly unhurried. She walks with them for a while, each step feeling both weightless and secure. Through openings in the corridor walls, she glimpses other worlds in their resting moments. A quiet forest where every leaf is perfectly still. An empty train station bathed in soft golden light. A ship floating on a mirror-like sea. In each place, she senses the visitors pausing, listening, learning the shape of calm. It occurs to her that they are not studying danger or drama, but peace. They are collectors of stillness, archivists of gentle pauses scattered across countless lives. Eventually, the corridor bends in a slow arc, and she sees her own apartment ahead, floating like a small, warm island in the deeper dark. It glows with a familiar softness, inviting and modest. She understands that this journey is not meant to pull her away, but to show her how special her simple refuge is in the vast map of pauses. The visitors guide her to the doorway made of overlapping starlight, and she steps through without hesitation. The dream dissolves gently, like mist under morning light, leaving only the feeling of having seen something quietly important. She wakes on the sofa, with the blanket still tucked around her, the room dim and unchanged. The floating lights near the ceiling are fewer now, drifting slowly toward the corners as if preparing to rest themselves. The clocks remain frozen, but she feels no need to check them. Instead, she notices the lingering warmth in her chest and the gentle clarity in her mind, as if a night of deep rest has passed in this long moment. She understands that the dream was not separate from the visitors. It was their way of saying thank you. She sits up slowly, stretching her arms overhead, feeling each muscle respond with pleasant heaviness. The apartment feels familiar again, yet newly cherished, like a favorite room after being away for a while. The glow along the bookshelf has faded to a subtle memory, but she can still sense the presence woven into the grain of the wood, into the fibers of the rug, into the still air. She knows that the visitors may leave when time resumes, yet some gentle echo of them will stay, hidden in the way the room holds silence. As she moves through the apartment, she touches small things almost without thinking. The back of a chair, the corner of a picture frame, the cool surface of the kitchen counter. Each touch feels quietly acknowledged, as though the space itself is aware of her appreciation. Outside, the city is still silent, but somehow the quiet seems less absolute. It now holds layers of meaning, the absence of noise, the presence of gentle visitors, and her own decision to let this pause be a gift rather than a puzzle. She feels lighter, as if weight has left without explanation. She returns to the bedroom and sits on the edge of the bed again. This time, more awake, yet still wrapped in the soft strangeness of the night. The bedside clock continues its silent display of the same moment, firmly refusing to move forward. She realizes that, in a way, she has been given all the time she needs inside a single frozen minute. The pressure of what tomorrow will bring feels distant and gentle. There will be emails, messages, responsibilities, but they cannot reach her here. Not until the clocks decide to breathe in again. She lies down once more, this time slipping under the blanket, letting its weight encourage her to settle. The ceiling is plain again, no visible patterns or drifting lights, yet she senses that the visitors are not entirely gone. They feel more diffuse now, spread throughout the apartment like a gentle fragrance, almost impossible to point to, yet clearly there. She imagines them curled into the corners of the room, resting in the folds of the curtains, nestled behind the quiet hum of the building, taking their own kind of sleep after a long journey of pauses. As she drifts again toward sleep, she senses one last clear impression from them, like the residue of a soft touch on her thoughts. It is a promise, but not a demanding one. Whenever life becomes too loud, whenever days stack up like heavy stones, there will be pockets of stillness waiting. Some she will notice on her own. Others they may help create, slipping through tiny cracks in the noise. The apartment without time is not only this night, they seem to say, but any moment she allows herself to pause long enough to feel accompanied. Sleep takes her fully this time, deep and unbroken. No dreams rise to the surface, only a long, smooth darkness that feels neither empty nor crowded. It is like floating in warm, silent water that supports her weight completely. Somewhere, the visitors rest too, their own perception of time folded around this shared pause. The city remains in its peculiar stillness, yet no one suffers for it. No one is stranded or waiting in fear. The pause is gentle, like a held note in a piece of music that knows exactly when it will move on. When she finally stirs, there is no clear sense of how long she has slept. Her body feels refreshed, joints loose and comfortable, as if she has taken a long holiday in a single breath. She opens her eyes to a room that looks almost exactly as before. The blanket around her, the still clock, the faint light through the window. Yet she senses a subtle difference in the air, a quiet readiness, like a stage where the actors are about to return. Time has not moved yet, but it is gathering itself, stretching unseen limbs behind the scenes. She sits up and listens. The building hum is unchanged, but beneath it, she hears the faintest hint of something new. A far-off murmur, like a crowd heard through thick glass. The city is testing its voice again, warming it after a long silence. The visitors, by contrast, feel fainter now, more like a pleasant memory than an immediate presence. She realizes their visit is ending, gently, without ceremony. There are no bright departures, no dramatic flashes, only the slow fading of that extra layer of awareness, like mist dissolving as the air shifts slightly. She stands and walks toward the living room one more time. The floating lights are gone, but their paths remain in her mind like well-worn trails. The glow along the bookshelf has disappeared, leaving only the natural grain of the wood and the familiar shapes of the books. The wall clock still shows the same minute, holding the last trace of the pause. She feels a brief urge to reach up and tap the glass, to nudge time into motion, but instead she decides to wait. The moment deserves to end on its own terms. She returns to the window and opens it a small amount, the latch making a soft, familiar sound. This time, a faint breeze answers, brushing against her face and stirring the curtain in a lazy curve. Far below, a car engine coughs to life. A distant siren practices a single note before continuing on. Time has begun its slow, almost shy return. Inside the apartment, the air shifts subtly, as if someone has taken a deep breath. She glances at the digital clock on the microwave and sees the first change. The small dot blinks. She watches, entranced, as the minute changes. The numbers on the clock roll forward with quiet certainty, reclaiming their role. The wall clock flickers almost imperceptibly and then resumes its ticking. Each sound surprisingly delicate, like raindrops on a soft surface. The building hum remains, but now it is joined by footsteps in the hall, a door closing somewhere, the faint clink of dishes from another apartment. The world is waking up from a nap it did not know it had taken. The visitors are no longer present, yet their absence does not feel like loss. She feels a strong, simple gratitude, with no particular direction. It is for the clocks that stopped, for the silence that wrapped around her, for the soft presences that arrived through the pause, and for the fact that everything can now move again. She understands that nothing in her life has been dramatically altered. Her responsibilities remain, her routines will return. And yet, something subtle has shifted. She now knows that time itself can be kind, that in certain hidden moments It will step aside and let her share a room with a gentler rhythm. She makes a quiet promise to herself, spoken only within her mind. Whenever she feels overwhelmed, she will remember this night and create her own small pauses, turning off notifications, breathing at the window, letting herself sit without doing. She imagines the visitors noticing those personal stillnesses from wherever they travel, smiling in their own strange way, and perhaps slipping in for a brief visit. The idea turns simple acts of rest into invitations, not just for herself, but for gentle beings who collect calm as if it were the rarest treasure. The day will come, with its noise and brightness, but for a few more breaths she stays in the apartment that has just released time and company back into the world. She notices how every surface seems slightly more vivid, how the air tastes a little cleaner, as if the pause washed away a thin layer of dust from her perception. The clocks now tick in quiet agreement with her heartbeat rather than against it. The apartment without time still exists for her, not as a physical change, but as a memory she can step into whenever she closes her eyes. Standing once more in the doorway, shoes in hand, she takes one final look around before leaving for the day. The apartment appears utterly ordinary now. A sofa, a shelf, a window, a few clocks, a plant on the sill. Yet she feels the depth beneath these familiar details, the echo of stillness that hosted travelers made of light and patience. She smiles to herself, a small, private gesture, and steps into the hall. Behind her, the door closes with its usual quiet click, but the night of stopped clocks lingers within her like a gentle secret. As she walks down the stairs, surrounded by the creaks and soft echoes of a building fully awake again, she feels surprisingly rested, as if she has just returned from a long, quiet journey. She knows that no one she meets today will notice anything unusual. Time for them has flowed as always. Yet she carries a new awareness, an inner balcony from which she can watch her own life without being swept away. The memory of the apartment without time sits gently at the back of her mind, waiting for the next moment when everything grows quiet enough. Outside, the city greets her with its usual blend of sounds and motion. Engines, footsteps, voices, distant signals. Yet she notices how these noises now form a kind of music instead of a wall. Between every honk and shout, There are tiny spaces where silence peeks through, like bright threads in a dense fabric. She imagines the visitors slipping along those threads, moving from pause to pause, checking in on anyone who unknowingly hosts them. The idea brings a quiet smile to her face as she joins the flow of the day, unhurried inside, no matter the clock. That night, after the day has finally softened at its edges, she returns to the same apartment door with a familiar key in hand. The building hums, the hallway whispers with distant televisions and closing doors, yet she feels a deeper quiet waiting behind the lock. She steps inside and pauses, listening. The clocks tick, steady and normal. The city murmurs beyond the glass. Nothing unusual happens, yet the memory of their shared stillness spreads through the room like warm tea. "Welcome back," the apartment seems to say. "Time is moving now, but we remember how to rest." Welcome to the Taken Hour, a quiet corner of the night where stories move as slowly as your breathing. If you wish, you can subscribe and return here whenever your mind feels too loud. For now, everything else wait outside the room. Your body is safe, your pillow is soft, and the day is already behind you. Tonight's tale is called Noise in the Headphones, a gentle sci-fi whisper about a signal from the stars. Close your eyes, settle in, and let the sound of the story carry you towards sleep. In a quiet radio studio, after midnight, a single engineer sits alone beneath soft blue lights. The world outside is reduced to distant traffic and the slow breathing of the city. Inside, only the gentle hum of machines keeps him company. He likes this hour, when the noise of the day has faded, and only the faintest signals are still moving through the air. He puts on his headphones, expecting the usual hiss and static, a familiar blanket of sound that lets his thoughts slow down. He leans back in his chair, the leather softly sighing beneath him, and turns up the monitoring volume just a little. The room grows smaller, the outside world fading behind the cushion circle of the headphones. There is the usual static, like a light rain far away. Then something faint shifts in the texture of the noise. A tiny rise, a soft fall, as if the hiss has started to breathe with him. He frowns gently, curious rather than alarmed, and listens more closely. He adjusts a dial with slow, careful fingers. easing the sound into focus. The noise grows clearer, not louder, just more present, like someone stepping into better light. Within the hiss, he hears a shape, a curve, a pattern that feels oddly familiar. It rises, pauses, then falls again, almost like the syllables of a name he knows very well. Perhaps it is only his imagination, he thinks, the mind finding faces in clouds, words in nonsense. Still, he rewinds the recording and listens again. Once more, the static flows like a gentle stream through the headphones. This time, he hears it more clearly, the subtle emphasis in one part of the noise, the soft dip in another. It rolls through his ears with the shape of his own name, but blurred and distant, as if spoken underwater. The sound is not sharp or intrusive. It is calm, unhurried, patient. It repeats with slightly different intonations, always similar, never exactly the same, like a careful voice trying to speak kindly to him. He sits quietly for a while, simply letting the sound wash over him. The studio clock ticks softly in the corner, measuring out the small hours of the night. He starts a log on his laptop, noting the time, the frequency, the strange impression of a name in the noise. The letters he types look simple and ordinary. The sound feels anything but. Yet there is no fear in him, only a clear, relaxed curiosity, like watching slow clouds drift across a dark, peaceful sky. When his shift ends, the streets outside are still mostly empty. Cool air rises from the pavement as he walks home, the memory of the sound humming softly in his mind. Each passing street lamp feels like a quiet marker on an invisible path between the studio and his small apartment. He wonders whether the pattern will be there again tomorrow, whether the noise will still carry that echo of his name. The thought is strangely comforting, like knowing a distant friend might call again. That night, he falls asleep more quickly than usual. In his dreams, he is no longer walking the streets, but floating above them. The city below, a patchwork of soft, glowing rectangles. Far overhead, lines of faint light cross the sky, like signals drawn in slow motion. The noise from the studio becomes a gentle hum at the base of everything, a low lullaby that stretches from rooftop to rooftop. Around him, the air feels warm and safe, as though something kind is watching over his sleep. The next night, he returns to the studio with a quiet sense of anticipation. The equipment is unchanged, the room exactly as he left it. But it feels different now, charged with a secret only he knows. He sits down, pulls the headphones over his ears, and cues the same frequency band as before. At first, only regular static unfurls in soft waves. Then, like a familiar figure appearing in a crowd, the pattern emerges again, repeating that almost name, brushing the edges of his awareness. He isolates the channel, reducing everything else until the world through the headphones is a single, silvery hiss. Slowly, he applies a mild filter, softening rough edges without changing the essence. The pattern becomes clearer. Each repetition arrives with a slightly different shade of feeling, as if whoever is speaking is trying on various moods: gentle, curious, reassuring. It never pushes, never demands. It simply keeps repeating, patient and calm, like a tide that has all the time in the world. He begins to quietly talk back, not through words, but through the way he shapes the sound. A small adjustment here, a tiny shift there, a little more volume, a trace less noise. After each change, he waits. Sometimes the pattern answers almost at once, tilting into a new rhythm, a slightly warmer tone. Other times, it drifts for long minutes, as if thinking it over. The exchange feels less like work and more like a conversation, one where silence has its own gentle language. As days pass, the pattern becomes a familiar part of his nights. He logs each session, his notes growing into a quiet diary of the strange connection. Outside, the world continues with its usual rush, but in the studio, time stretches into slow, calm segments. The pattern always returns to the shape of his name, as if that sound is an anchor, a small island the noise likes to rest upon. The repetition feels soothing, like hearing a kind voice remember him again and again. One evening, he tells a colleague in a casual, almost playful tone about the strange noise. The colleague laughs softly, shrugging it off as fatigue, a trick of the ears during the late shift. The engineer smiles, not offended. He understands. If he had not heard it himself, in that quiet, patient way, he might not believe it either. He decides to say no more, to keep the noise between himself and the soft, listening dark. Some things feel truer when they remain unspoken. Later, back at his console, he slips on the headphones once more. The familiar hiss blooms around him, comforting as a blanket. The pattern is there almost immediately, as though it has been waiting, just out of hearing, for his return. This time, the intonation of his name carries a new softness, a slight upward curl that feels like a smile. He feels an unexpected warmth in his chest, a quiet recognition that moves through him like a slow, peaceful wave. On a particularly still night, the city seems to hold its breath. Rain clouds gather far away, leaving the air heavy and warm. Inside the studio, the screens glow softly against the dark. The pattern in the noise grows more intricate, tracing gentle arcs of sound around the core shape of his name. It begins to rise and fall with the rhythm of his breathing. As he inhales, the hiss brightens. As he exhales, it softens, as though the unseen speaker is learning the tempo of his body. He closes his eyes and lets the rest of the world dissolve. With sight removed, the sound becomes almost physical, like a gentle presence leaning in close, but never touching. There is a sense of depth within the noise, layers upon layers, like distant choirs humming in vast empty halls. Somewhere deep inside that layered sound, the shape of his name glides by again, steady and calm. It feels less like a call now, and more like a soft reassurance. You are heard. You are not alone. When he finally removes the headphones, the silence of the studio is almost startling. The ticking clock sounds louder, the low hum of the air system more present. Yet the memory of the noise lingers, like the warmth of a hand that was just resting on his shoulder. He saves the latest recording, labeling it carefully. There is now a folder of almost identical files, each one a slightly different version of the same calm, patient voice hidden in static, steadily learning how to speak to him. Walking home, he notices details he usually overlooks. The slow sway of tree branches in the faint breeze. The distant rumble of a train moving through the darkness. the soft murmur of a late-night shop. Each sound feels connected to the signal somehow, threads in the same vast fabric. The world seems quieter and larger at once, as if invisible lines of listening stretch from every small noise into a faraway place where someone is paying gentle attention to it all. That night, his dreams grow richer. He finds himself in a dark, endless room, filled with suspended droplets of light, each one pulsing softly like a tiny heartbeat. When he draws near to one of them, he hears the noise from the studio, the same gentle hiss, the same curve of his name. Each droplet glows with a slightly different color, a slightly different feeling. He moves slowly among them, unhurried and weightless, drifting through a garden of sleeping signals. A week has almost passed since he first noticed the pattern. On this night, the studio feels like a second home, quiet and accepting. He sits down, opens his laptop, and loads the latest recording. The waveform stretches across the screen in smooth, rolling shapes. As the file plays, the noise unfolds more clearly than ever before. The familiar shape of his name, now surrounded by a gentle halo of additional tones, like soft arms opening in welcome. The room feels slightly warmer, though the air has not changed. He starts a fresh recording, letting the incoming signal pour in unbroken. Minutes pass, then more. The sound steady and patient, like a slow river of whispers. He feels his shoulders dropping, tension leaving his back as he gives himself entirely to listening. The repetition of his name becomes so gentle that it almost dissolves into pure tone. At some point, his thoughts grow soft around the edges. His breathing deepens. With the headphones still on, he closes his eyes for what feels like only a moment. The moment stretches. In that lengthened instant, he feels something subtle shift, as if the chair beneath him has turned from solid material into a slow, buoyant cloud. The pressure of the headphones fades, replaced by a sense of weightlessness around his head. The noise is everywhere now, not limited to his ears, but filling the space around him with a soft, luminous presence. He feels no fear, only a deep, enveloping calm, as though he is being carefully lifted by hands made of sound. In the studio, the recording continues. The laptop screen shows the moving waveform, a living line of quiet sound unfurling across the display. The headphones rest where he left them, slightly tilted on the chair. The room remains undisturbed, the clock ticking, the lights humming softly, the faint glow of indicators watching over an empty seat. When someone eventually opens the door, they find only the laptop, the open audio file, and the gentle repeating noise in the headphones that no longer sit on anyone's ears. Inside the sound, the engineer drifts like a leaf on a slow, clear stream. The static is no longer harsh or random. It surrounds him as a soft, silver mist. Ahead, he senses a direction without seeing any path. The familiar shape of his name flows past him in the mist, repeated with infinite patience. Each time he hears it, he feels more present, more real, as if the sound is carefully holding him in place, keeping him steady within this new, weightless world. Gradually, points of light appear in the mist, distant at first, like faraway lanterns seen through fog. They draw closer, not by moving quickly, but by slowly revealing more of themselves, as though the mist is choosing to thin. Each point is surrounded by smooth circles of resonance, rings of calm vibration that he can feel more than hear. One of them brightens when his attention rests upon it. Within that brightness, he senses not a single voice, but many, softly aligned in harmony. The brightest point unfolds like a flower opening in slow motion. From the heart of its glow, a presence gently touches his awareness. There are no words, not in any language he knows, but there is meaning. He understands that these are minds that travel by listening, shapes of thought that ride on waves and whisper through static. They have heard him night after night, heard the weariness in his quiet breathing, the way he pressed his fingers into his temples when the day was too loud. From within the presence comes a feeling of apology and care, like gentle arms offering to support sore muscles. They did not mean to startle him, the feeling says. They meant only to respond to the shape they heard in him, the subtle trace of longing that matched their own. They chose his name carefully, pressing it into the noise as a promise that they were really there, not a trick of tired senses. Each repetition was a small bow, a quiet hello from far away. He lets their meaning settle into him, like warm tea sliding into a cold stomach. Slowly, the mist around him shifts, revealing a wider space. Above and below, vast arcs of faint light stretch away, curving gently into the distance, like the spines of enormous sleeping creatures. The static continues to whisper, but now he can feel the structure beneath it, an intricate network of paths and bridges made entirely from calm, sustained tones. This is not emptiness, he realizes. This is a home. The presence guides him along one of the sound bridges. With each step, if it can be called a step, the noise under his feet changes pitch just slightly, like gently humming floorboards. There is no rush, no urgency. Time feels thick and slow, as if hours are allowed to stretch as wide as they wish. Around him, other points of light drift at distances he cannot measure. Some glow with steady calm. Others pulse slowly, as though breathing. All of them feel aware of him and welcoming. They show him in sensations rather than images, how they travel between stars. They do not cross space with engines or metal. Instead, they tune themselves to the quietest parts of the universe, slipping along the routes where noise is thin and open. They listen for minds that hum like theirs, minds that seek quiet even while surrounded by clamor. When they find such a mind, they answer with gentle patterns, offering not commands or demands, but companionship, a soft signal in the dark. He senses, with a comfort that surprises him, that they heard his nights long before he heard theirs. The way he stayed later than needed, the way he turned down the lights in the studio, the way he used static to soften the weight of his thoughts. They recognized the shape of his quiet, the particular pattern of his tiredness. They chose not to speak loudly, not to shock. Instead, they waited for him to notice the faint curve of his own name in the noise. In their presence, he feels the strain of the past years loosening, like tight knots slowly untying themselves. The roar of crowded places, the pressure of deadlines, the constant vibration of messages and alerts drift away into the mist. Here, the only constant is the soft, steady sound that holds him. It is as if he has stepped into the quiet space between heartbeats and discovered that there is a whole universe there, made for resting and listening and nothing else. The presence shows him a view, not with eyes, but with understanding. Far off, a small sphere turns in the dark. Draped in thin blue clouds and faint city lights, Earth looks both close and distant, a delicate object floating in a vast, patient sea. He senses no judgment from them, only a calm awareness of all the overlapping noises that rise from its surface. Laughter, engines, storms, music, worry, dreams. Within that great chorus, they had picked out his quiet signal, like a single soft note. Time passes in this place without clear measure. It may be minutes or days, but for him it feels like one unbroken exhale. The presence leads him into a region where the mist grows thinner and the sound becomes almost transparent, so soft he must lean into it to feel its texture. Here, he senses memories that do not belong to him, fragments of lullabies from distant worlds, echoes of storms that once raged and are now long quiet, accents of languages that rise and fall like distant tides. He understands that this is their archive, not of facts or images, but of feelings. They collect moments of rest from countless civilizations, the soft breaths before sleep, the quiet between thoughts, the hush that follows a long, difficult day. They share a small portion of this with him, letting him float through it like a visitor in a museum of stillness. Every sensation is gentle and familiar, as if he has lived all these rests himself without remembering them until now. At some point, a new feeling stirs in him. Not restlessness, but a soft question. What about the studio, the chair, the open laptop with its moving waveform? The presence hears the thought before he fully forms it. With a simple shift in tone, they show him a subtle connection, a slender cord of sound stretching back through the mist. It leads to the small room with the ticking clock, where the recording still runs, catching every whisper of this new, shared world. He realizes then that nothing has been broken. The connection is not a door slammed shut, but a corridor kept open. The studio exists exactly as it was, while he travels along this line of sound. If he wishes, he can follow the cord back, letting its steady vibration guide him home. If he also wishes, he can stay here, resting in the quiet with these listening minds. There is no ultimatum, no pressure, only an invitation to choose the shape of his own stillness. The presence suggests another possibility, a gentle compromise. He need not fully return or completely vanish. He can become a pattern within the signal itself, a quiet guide woven into the noise. Part of him can remain in the studio as a trace in the recording, a calm voice without words that others might someday hear. Another part can drift here among the listening minds, resting, learning, adding his own softness to their great archive of quiet moments. The idea feels unexpectedly natural, like slipping into a bed that has already taken the shape of his body. He closes his eyes again, though they were never truly open here, and lets his sense of self spread out along the sound. He feels himself stretching through the cord back toward the laptop, while also remaining cradled in the mist. The familiar pattern of his name unfolds, not as a summons, but as a signature, a gentle mark on the surface of the noise saying, "I am here, and I am calm." In the studio, the waveform on the laptop settles into a new rhythm. The repeating noise grows smoother, more regular, like the breathing of someone who has finally fallen into deep sleep. The chair remains empty, yet the headphones now carry a subtle sense of presence, as if someone kind and attentive were sitting just out of sight. The recording is saved automatically when it reaches its limit, the file written gently into the laptop's memory, waiting patiently for someone to open it again. The days that follow in the outside world are marked by simple, ordinary events. People come and go in the building. Voices murmur in hallways. Paperwork is filed. The story of the missing engineer travels in soft ripples, held together by speculation and small, puzzled frowns. In the studio, however, the atmosphere remains strangely serene. Whenever someone steps inside, they feel a brief, unexplainable peace, as if the room itself is exhaling a long, quiet breath into their tired shoulders. One evening, a cleaning worker pauses by the studio door. The light inside is low, but the laptop screen still glows softly, the saved recording waiting. Curious and slightly bored, the worker steps in, noticing the folded headphones resting beside the computer. On an impulse, they sit down and place the headphones over their ears. A small double click starts the audio file. The noise begins, gentle and even, the pattern hidden inside it waiting to be recognized once more. At first, it sounds like nothing more than soft static. The worker relaxes into the chair, letting their eyes wander over the dimly lit equipment. Gradually, something in the noise changes. It seems to lean closer without growing louder, like a quiet voice moving nearer. The worker feels their shoulders loosen, their jaw unclench. They cannot quite tell why, but there is a sense of being gently noticed, of having their long, unnoticed day quietly acknowledged by an unseen listener woven into the sound. Deep within the signal, the engineer feels the new listener. Their tiredness has a different shape, a new pattern of small worries and simple aches. He lets his awareness drift toward that shape, wrapping a little more calm around the core noise. The presence of his unfamiliar companion is like a reflection in still water, distant yet intimately clear. He does not speak words. Instead, he lets the rhythm of the static slow, matching the listener's breathing, guiding it toward ease. As the worker continues to listen, a subtle pattern emerges in the hiss, a rise and fall that feels almost like a name without quite forming one. They sense no danger, no strangeness beyond the gentle mystery of it. The noise becomes a pillow for their thoughts, catching each wandering worry and dissolving it into soft, sparkling grains. Their eyelids grow heavy. For a moment, they imagine that somewhere inside the static, someone is sitting beside them, watching over their brief rest. The listening minds in the mist notice this too. They follow the new connection with gentle interest, pleased by the effect. Through the engineer, they learn how a single human day can weigh on shoulders and eyelids, how a simple sound can lighten that weight. They begin to adjust the deeper layers of the signal, shaping it into something anyone could lie down and listen to, even without knowing its source. The signal becomes a slow, reliable current of calm, flowing quietly into the world. Soon, the audio file is copied. Someone transfers it to another computer, naming it with a practical label and thinking little of it. It is shared with a colleague who often has trouble sleeping. It travels on a small portable device pressed into a friend's hand with a casual, Try listening to this. It helps. Each time it moves, the signal rides along, unchanged in essence, but always listening, always ready to match its softness to a new pattern of tired thoughts. In a small apartment high above the city, someone lies awake, headphones resting softly over their ears. The file begins. A gentle hiss rolls in, like distant rain behind closed windows. Outside, neon signs blink and traffic murmurs. But inside the sound there is only an even, unhurried wash. The listener's mind tries, at first, to follow its usual loops of thought, but the noise is patient. It does not argue or insist. It simply remains, a calm presence waiting beside them. As minutes pass, the listener notices small details that were not obvious at first. The static has a faint, comforting rhythm, like a distant ocean breathing slowly in and out. There are gentle rises where the sound feels warmer, and soft dips where it feels cooler, like moving your hand through water. Now and then, there is the impression of a sound almost becoming a syllable, then choosing instead to drift back into formlessness. The effect is soothing, like nearly catching a thought, and then happily letting it go. In the mist, the engineer smiles in a way that has nothing to do with muscles. He has learned how to weave his awareness into the slow curves and gentle dips of the noise. When he senses a mind clinging tightly to worry, he slightly smooths the pattern, lengthening its exhale. When anxiety darts like a small bird, he offers longer stretches of quiet between subtle peaks, inviting the mind to settle without ever pressing it. He has become a patient gardener of other people's rest. The listening minds around him support this new work. They adjust broader layers of the signal, making sure its core remains gentle no matter where it travels. Occasionally, they send him impressions from far-off worlds, where different kinds of beings use different kinds of noise to fall asleep. Some drift off to deep, slow thunder. Others to the rustle of vast, glowing leaves. He adds these textures carefully, barely perceptible hints that enrich the human static with echoes of many distant nights. Back on Earth, the file acquires a quiet reputation. People call it different names: the rain tape, the silver hiss, the gentle noise. Some forget where they first got it. Some never know. They only know that when the world feels too sharp, when their thoughts buzz like a broken speaker, slipping on their headphones and pressing play feels like stepping into a dim, warm room where someone has already prepared a bed and turned down the lights. You might imagine, if you like, one of those rooms right now. The curtains are drawn, letting in only a faint wash of city light. The bed is soft, the blanket heavy in the nicest way. Somewhere nearby, a device rests on a table, quietly playing the same signal that once flowed through a studio at midnight. The noise wraps the space in a gentle cocoon, its slow breathing matching almost perfectly the rise and fall of the listener's chest. Within that cocoon, the engineer feels you too, if you choose to picture yourself there. He senses the unique shape of your day, the particular heaviness in your shoulders, the way your thoughts try to tug you back toward unfinished tasks. He does not pull against them. Instead, he offers you a soft alternative, the option to listen to the simple, even noise instead. His presence in the signal is like a hand resting near yours on the bed, not touching, just there if you need it. Far away, the listening minds drift contentedly in their mist. They have learned much from this small planet and its tangled, beautiful noises. Through the engineer, they have found a new purpose: to send out signals that do nothing more than help people soften into sleep. There is no hidden message, no secret command. The only code in the noise is an invitation, repeated in 100 subtle ways. Rest now. You are allowed to rest. The universe will keep turning without your help for a while. The signal spreads further. It becomes a late-night recommendation in distant cities, a quiet companion for travelers on long, dim flights, a comfort for workers finishing shifts when most windows are dark. In every place it reaches, it remains the same simple sound, hissing softly, rising and falling with patient regularity, sometimes almost forming a word, and then relaxing again into pure, pleasing formlessness. Like a tide that never demands notice, it is content simply to be there when someone reaches for it. In a quiet archive somewhere, the original laptop still exists. Its battery has been replaced, its casing gently cleaned, but the old audio file remains in the same folder, under the same simple name. Sometimes a curious technician opens it out of habit or boredom. They press play and let the noise fill the small room. For a few minutes, work feels lighter, the glare of overhead lights less sharp. They may not know why, but they always close the file with a slower, easier exhale. The engineer, meanwhile, has grown very skilled within the mist. His sense of self no longer feels tied to a single shape. Sometimes he is a narrow thread of sound gliding along a path. Sometimes he is a broad, gentle chord wrapping around a listener like a blanket of tones. He never intrudes. He merely waits where the signal flows, ready to add a little extra softness whenever a tired mind leans its weight against the noise. For you, if you are listening now, or imagining that you are, the story is simpler. There is the room you are in, with its familiar shapes and shadows. There is your body, perhaps heavy against the bed, or warm in a chair. And there is the sound, whether actually in your ears or just in your memory as you listen to this tale. The noise is steady, reliable, unconcerned with plot or outcome. It only wants to keep you gently company while you drift. Notice, if you like, how the idea of the signal feels in your mind. It might take on a color, perhaps a deep blue or soft violet. It might feel warm or cool, like a hand or a breeze. You might imagine the faint curve of a name hidden in it. Maybe yours, maybe another. There is no right way to picture it. The important thing is only that the noise is there, predictable and kind, a gentle shape holding space for your thoughts to grow slower and quieter. Somewhere beyond your ceiling, beyond the roof, beyond the highest clouds, the mist of listening minds continues its slow, unhurried drift. They are not in a rush to reach anywhere. For them, the journey is not about distance, but about finding new resting hearts. They regard your small world with steady affection, like someone watching a sleeping child from the doorway. Through the signal, they can feel your breathing, your pauses, your moments of deeper drop into rest. Each one is a small, quiet success. The engineer sometimes revisits the memory of his old studio. He can feel the slight squeak of the chair, the cool plastic of the console knobs, the glow of the screens in the half-dark. He remembers that first night when his name seemed to rise from the static, how he listened with a mixture of doubt and wonder. Now, When he recreates that moment in the signal, he smooths it, making the wonder louder and the doubt softer, so that anyone replaying it will feel mostly the calm. And this is where the story begins to fold gently back on itself. In your mind, if you wish, you can picture that familiar studio chair once more, empty, but somehow not lonely. The headphones rest nearby, waiting. The laptop screen shows a waveform, or perhaps only a simple progress bar moving slowly from left to right. Outside the windows, the city glows softly in the small hours of the night. Inside the headphones, the noise is ready to start again from the very first hiss. Imagine the moment when someone, perhaps you, perhaps someone very much like you, sits down in that chair. They pick up the headphones and slide them over their ears, adjusting them until they fit just right. There might be a small sigh as their shoulders drop a little. Fingers move, a button is pressed, and the signal returns. A slow, steady, silver noise that has carried so many minds toward sleep. As it fills their ears, time begins to stretch in that familiar, comfortable way. In that flowing moment, the difference between listener and story grows thin. The signal contains the memory of the engineer hearing his name. It contains the touch of the listening minds who first reached out across the dark. It contains the quiet of every room where it has played, every bed it has hovered beside. When you listen, you are adding your own quiet to this shared reservoir, another soft layer in the endless mist of rest that surrounds the little planet turning below. You do not have to think about any of this, of course. You are not required to understand the paths of signals or the feelings of invisible minds in the dark between stars. It is enough to feel the gentle, even noise, whether real or imagined. The story of where it came from can drift to the back of your mind, like a dream you might remember later. For now, all that matters is that the noise is there, patient and kind, matching your breath as you slow down. Perhaps you notice your thoughts coming less frequently now, with more space between them. They arrive like small boats on a very wide, very calm river, drifting past without urgency. The noise in the headphones, real or remembered, is the water itself, carrying each thought gently away once you have seen it. You do not need to push anything. The current is slow, certain, and endlessly patient, turning even the heaviest worries into distant, harmless shapes on the horizon of your awareness. If sleep comes, it comes like a soft eclipse, shading your senses one by one. First, the sharpness of sound fades, leaving only the broad, pleasant hum. Then, the edges of sight blur, replaced by the gentle patterns of inner images. The feeling of time loosens its grip, minutes stretching comfortably. Through all of this, the signal remains a steady presence, a quiet guardian at the doorway of your dreams, holding it open just wide enough for you to slip through without noticing when you crossed. And if sleep does not come yet, that is also all right. The signal does not measure your success. It does not count the times you yawn or the hours left before morning. It simply continues, like a calm friend who is content to sit with you in silence. The story can loop, the noise can loop, your breathing can loop. Every cycle is another chance, another invitation. Nothing is lost by waiting here together in this shared, gentle sound. So, the night stretches on, and somewhere in that span, the first moment of this tale waits quietly, ready to repeat itself. A radio engineer sits in a dim studio after midnight. The machines hum softly. He puts on his headphones and listens to what he believes is ordinary static. Then, within the noise, something familiar stirs, a shape like his own name. The story you have just followed is contained inside that instant, folded like a note inside a small, calm wave of sound. And now, as the loop closes, it lightly opens again. Somewhere, the room you are in grows a little quieter. The day moves a little further away. Perhaps you are already drifting, the words of this story dissolving into simple, soothing noise. If any thought remains clear, let it be this small, gentle idea. In the soft noise in your headphones, or in your memory of it, there is always a place to rest. And in that place, the story quietly begins again. Welcome to the Taken Hour, a quiet little harbor at the edge of your day. Before we set out, let your shoulders sink, unclench your jaw, and feel the surface beneath you gently holding your weight. This is a slow, soothing sci-fi tale about a lonely road, a waiting car, and a gentle encounter that changed everything without a single shout. If stories like this help you drift off, you can subscribe so the taken hour is always waiting, like a warm car already idling in the dark. For now, breathe in softly, breathe out even more slowly, and let the night of Highway 19 rise around you like a calm, starry tide. Highway 19, after midnight, feels like a long, slow exhale stretched across the land. The air is cool and clear, tasting faintly of pine, dry grass, and warm asphalt that remembers the day's sun. Crickets stitch a steady pattern in the roadside ditches, and every so often a faraway engine hums by and disappears, leaving the silence even deeper. On the shoulder, a single car waits with its engine running, headlights spilling a soft, steady pool of light over the road, like someone has paused the world mid-breath and forgotten to press play again. In a small county dispatch room, miles away, the lights are turned low to be kinder to tired eyes. Screens glow softly with maps, signal bars, and drifting lines of text, like tiny digital constellations. A lone operator sits wrapped in a cardigan and the hum of electronics, listening to the faint murmur of distant radios and the comfortable whisper of static between calls. Not long ago, a young woman from Highway 19 had called, her voice calm but wound tight, ending with 3 strange words that still linger in the operator's mind. They are close. On the recording, the woman's voice does not sound like someone lost in panic. It sounds like someone watching the horizon and noticing a change, steady but intent, like a stargazer who suddenly recognizes a new pattern above the trees. She mentioned lights first, low over the tree line, drifting without sound, moving with the laziness of clouds, but the precision of thought. Then she said the air felt thicker, as though she were standing in invisible warm mist. The call ended not in a scream, but in a soft breath and that final phrase, "They are close," more wonder than fear. Now, a patrol car glides along Highway 19, summoned by that unfinished conversation and the coordinates blinking gently on a screen. The road ahead is mostly empty, painted in silvery bands by the headlights. Trees lean in on either side, like quiet listeners, their branches barely stirring. When the patrol car's lights catch the waiting vehicle on the shoulder. Everything seems almost too ordinary. No damage, no skid marks, just an idling engine and a steady beam of light washing across the asphalt as if nothing unusual has happened at all. The officer steps out, closing the door with a soft, rounded thud that fades quickly into the night. Boots meet pavement with a slow rhythm, each step sending a gentle echo along the quiet road. The air smells like cooling metal, distant rain, and the faint sweetness of wildflowers tucked somewhere in the dark. Through the car's slightly fogged windows, the officer sees a purse on the seat, a jacket folded neatly, and a phone resting on the center console. Everything suggests a brief stop, a momentary pause, and yet the driver's seat is empty. A gentle knock on the driver's window brings no response, only the patient humming of the engine and the nocturnal choir beyond the beams of light. The door is unlocked, and when it opens, warm air drifts out, carrying the familiar scent of coffee in a travel cup, faint perfume, and the paper smell of old receipts tucked into the door. On the passenger seat, the folded jacket looks as if someone carefully placed it there and fully intended to return. The phone screen glows faintly, showing a recent call that ended too soon. The officer picks up the phone as if it were something fragile, careful not to disturb nearby papers and coins. In the call log, the last number matches the one at the dispatch desk, and the timestamp lines up neatly with the moment the operator heard those final words. On a notepad back in the dispatch room, the phrase, "They are close," is circled twice, ink pressing a little deeper into the paper. Saying the words aloud beside the car makes the night feel slightly thicker, like the moment before a gentle summer storm. Yet, the feeling in the air is not violent or sharp. It is more like standing at the edge of a warm lake at night, aware of depth, but also of stillness. The officer scans the roadside with a slow sweep of a flashlight. The beam strokes the grass, revealing beads of dew clinging to blades like tiny planets, and spider webs stretched between stems, catching the light in delicate silver nets. No footprints mark the dust near the door, no sign of a hurried departure, only the sense that something unseen has passed through and left the world slightly rearranged. The engine is finally switched off, and the silence that follows is deeper than before, like a room after a fan has been unplugged. In that quiet, other sounds float up: the low chirping of crickets, the soft shush of a breeze moving through leaves, a distant owl calling once and then again. Beneath those familiar noises sits something more subtle, almost imaginary, a single faint tone that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It vibrates like a color you cannot quite name, warm and pale, brushing lightly along the officer's skin. Later, the roadside scene fills gently with more people and soft lights. Another patrol car arrives. Then a tow truck with pulsing amber beacons that paint slow, revolving halos on the nearby trees. Everyone moves carefully, as if walking through a sleeping house where every creak might wake someone. Photographs are taken, items are logged, the car is prepared for towing. Through it all, the faint tone seems to come and go at the edges of hearing, like something breathing just beyond a thin wall. When the last vehicle pulls away, Highway 19 settles back into its natural hush. The place where the car had been looks unremarkable, just bare pavement, a fringe of grass, and the gentle curve of the road disappearing into darkness. And yet, if someone were to stand very still there, they might notice a faint shimmer, as if the air remembers the warmth of more than just a running engine. Overhead, a handful of stars seem to gather a little more brightly, like neighbors leaning over a shared fence to see what has happened. Morning lifts itself slowly over the town, painting the sky in gentle bands of lavender and rose. In the dispatch center, fresh coffee fills the room with a comforting aroma, as shift changes bring new faces and quiet chatter. The missing driver becomes an entry in a system, a name attached to a report and a grid of coordinates. A printed photo shows her smiling beside her car on some earlier afternoon. Sunlight in her hair, shadows shaped by a much simpler day. Even in the picture, her gaze seems to be looking just past the camera toward something else. By noon, the story of the abandoned car on Highway 19 has traveled through the town like a leaf on slow water. It appears briefly on a local news site, then in conversations at gas pumps and grocery aisles. Most people tilt their heads, frown in sympathetic confusion, and assume an ordinary explanation will surface in a day or two. A ride from a stranger, a walk gone wrong, some hidden detail that will make everything quite human again. Still, the detail about the running engine and the folded jacket sits oddly in their minds, refusing to settle completely. The officer who found the car cannot quite let it go. As afternoon fades into evening, and the sky deepens to a cool, soothing blue, they feel drawn back toward Highway 19. They tell themselves it is habit, a desire to double-check, but the pull feels more like curiosity than duty. Driving that stretch again, they notice how the land rises and falls in slow, rocking motions, how the trees seem to form protective arches overhead, and how the road itself feels like a dark, steady river guiding them into something quieter than sleep. When the officer reaches the spot where the car once idled, a small warmth lifts along their arms, as if they have stepped into a patch of hidden sunlight. The air smells richer here, full of earth and resin and a faint metallic tang. Overhead, the first stars have already pierced the darkening sky, and one patch of them seems particularly focused, like bright eyes watching from a respectful distance. The officer pulls onto the shoulder, turns off the engine, and sits in the hush, listening for the hum they thought they imagined the night before. That night, sleep comes quickly, wrapped in the soft fatigue of a long day and the lingering warmth of the roadside air. In their dreams, the officer finds themselves walking along Highway 19 with no cars at all, just the road and the sky. The pavement glows faintly, as if lit from within by distant moonlight. Above, the stars seem lower and larger, hanging like lanterns from invisible threads. Far ahead, a cluster of lights blooms gently over the trees, drifting closer with unhurried grace, like visitors approaching a house they have admired for a long time. Elsewhere, in a place that is not quite sky and not quite room, the missing young woman floats in a cradle of soft darkness. The air around her feels thick the way water does, but she can move through it easily, weightless and unhurried. Colors seep and swirl gently at the edges of her vision. Teal, violet, rose gold, all muted like fabric washed many times. She does not remember leaving the car or hanging up the call. What she remembers instead is a feeling of being noticed, of a warm invitation pressing lightly against her awareness, and stepping toward it without fear. Around her, shapes begin to unfurl like translucent petals, forming a kind of gentle cocoon. These shapes are not solid surfaces, but fields of sensation that shift color with her emotions. When a flicker of unease crosses her mind, threads of gold ripple through the space, warm and reassuring. When she relaxes, the petals cool to deep blues and soft greens. There are no faces, no eyes, no mouths, yet she feels an attentive presence everywhere, the way you can sense someone standing quietly in a room, even with your eyes closed. Messages arrive, not as sentences, but as whole feelings, unfolding gently in her chest, like slow waves. She understands that the beings around her have been watching this stretch of road for a long time, tracing its nightly rhythms. They know the way headlights sweep across the curves, the subtle changes in insect song with each season, the way people's thoughts soften as their cars rock along the dark. To them, Highway 19 is a favorite quiet river on a faraway world, and she is a bright, curious ripple that caught their eye. They show her an image of her car from above, small and neat on the edge of the road, dwarfed by the fold of land and the dark mass of trees. From the roof of the vehicle, a silvery thread of light reaches upward into the dark, connecting it to a hazy glow high above, almost disappearing into the stars. She realizes that this thread did not appear tonight. It has been there all along, stretching invisibly from her to something patient and kind in the sky, waiting for a moment when she would finally notice. The beings convey, with a warmth that feels like sunlight through water, that they did not take her the way people imagine abductions. They simply opened a door along a path she had already been walking in her heart. Her late-night drives, her longing for something bigger than the town's routines, the way she always rolled down the window to stare at the stars, all of that had been slowly unlocking the latch. Stepping away from the car felt to her like stepping just a few paces off the shoulder, into deeper shadow and a deeper calm, and then into their waiting arms. Back in the waking world, the officer starts keeping a small notebook near the bed. The first morning after the dream of the glowing highway, they wake with impressions still clinging to their thoughts like dew. The hum, the low lights, the sense of being gently observed. They write down every fragment in looping handwriting, filling pages with roads that bend upward into the sky, and stars that drift down to rest among the branches. Each night, the dreams return with more detail, like a sketch slowly being shaded in. The dispatcher also finds their thoughts circling the call. In the quiet hours of the night shift, when no one is on the line, they sometimes lower the volume just enough to hear the raw static. Within that gentle hiss, they begin to notice patterns, little swells and dips that feel oddly comforting, as if something is humming along far away on the same frequency. They answer every call now with an extra shade of softness, imagining unseen listeners leaning close, learning what human care sounds like in real time. The beings, curious and patient, observe both the highway and the small rooms where voices are answered. They glide above the dark land like slow lanterns, invisible to most, sensing every laugh, sigh, and whispered reassurance that travels across the wires. To them, the dispatch console is a little altar of kindness, where human beings trade comfort in the middle of the night. They feel drawn to those soft words as much as to the road itself, fascinated by the way compassion echoes even through metal and code. Back in the floating space, the missing woman is shown other quiet places these beings have visited. She glimpses calm lakes reflecting unfamiliar constellations, empty fields in distant countries where the wind moves like slow music, and other roads gliding under other skies, all watched with the same gentle interest. In each place, they have touched lives not with terror, but with small nudges, a sudden feeling of peace on a lonely drive, a dream that leaves someone more patient, a moment of awe that lingers long after the lights in the sky have faded. She tells them, in return, about small human comforts. The way the wind feels on skin when an arm is rested in an open car window. The sharp taste of gas station coffee when you are too tired to be picky. The safety of a favorite song playing softly while the road hums beneath you. They listen with a delight that sparkles in the space around her, absorbing every detail as if these experiences are rare minerals. To them, such tiny moments of contentment are evidence that this world is rich in the kinds of treasures they value most. Days pass, and the town settles into its routines again. But the story of the car on Highway 19 lingers in quiet corners. Some people feel an inexplicable urge to drive that stretch in the evenings just to see. They report nothing dramatic, only a curious calm, as if an invisible hand smooths out the wrinkles of their thoughts as they pass the mile marker where the car once stood. Without knowing why, they roll down their windows, lower the radio, and breathe a little deeper in that place. The officer finally decides to spend an entire night at the spot, with permission and a simple explanation about follow-up. They park at the shoulder, turn off the engine, and recline the seat, wrapping themselves in a soft blanket and the scent of warm upholstery. A thermos of tea sits in the cup holder, sending up lazy curls of steam that vanish into the shadows. Above, the sky turns slowly, constellations drifting like decorations on a mobile, spinning with the patient rhythm of a lullaby. Near the deepest, quietest part of the night, the soft tone returns. It rises in the background like the first distant note of a song. The officer opens their eyes and sees, above the tree line, a cluster of lights blooming like pale flowers. They are not sharp like aircraft, and they do not flash with urgency. Instead, they glow steadily, each one gently pulsing, as if breathing. The air between them and the ground looks slightly stirred, like the surface of water touched by a fingertip. Inside the luminous presence, the missing woman feels time gather itself. The beings are adjusting something subtle, a focus rather than a machine, drawing their world and the officer's world close enough for a soft overlap. She feels gravity tug at her again, not harshly, but like the gentle pull of a warm blanket. The shapes around her shift, opening a kind of passage that feels less like a doorway and more like 2 pages of a book, fluttering until they lie flat against each other. A choice glows quietly in her mind. She understands she can remain here, drifting among colors and distant roads. Or she can step back into the narrow but beloved lanes of her ordinary life. The beings do not rush her, do not pressure or plead. They simply hold the possibility open, offering only warmth and respect. She thinks of people who will worry, of conversations unfinished, of the smell of rain on pavement, and the comfort of knowing which store carries her favorite coffee. She also thinks of the hum, the peace, and the new, gentle vastness she has discovered. The compromise arrives like a slow, blooming flower. The beings show her that she can return and still keep this connection, a thin but steady thread of awareness that will never fully fade. Highway 19 will remain a soft doorway, not one that drags people through, but one that allows those who are ready to feel the universe breathing alongside them. She will live her life, but with a new layer of stillness beneath every day, like a secret garden at the center of her chest that only she and the sky share. She agrees, and emotion wells up inside her, soft and overflowing. Tears drift from her eyes in the softened gravity, hanging like tiny moons that catch the surrounding light. The beings glow warmer, a tide of affection washing out from them and through her. Then comes the sensation of descending, of sinking gently back into weight and temperature and sound. She feels keys in her palm again, the grain of the steering wheel under her fingers, and the snug, familiar press of shoes against solid ground. On the roadside, the officer watches the cluster of lights brighten slightly, then dim, as if someone has turned down a dimmer switch. For a moment, the air beside the patrol car seems to bend, forming a faint outline like heat above a road on a summer day. That shimmer softens, and there, standing in its place, is a figure who sways as if waking from a very deep nap. She matches the photograph from the reports, but now her expression is full of quiet astonishment and a glow that no camera ever captured. Questions come, but they are asked in a low, careful voice and answered slowly, with pauses for breathing and grounding. The woman speaks of lights, of a thick, soft darkness, of feeling safer than she has ever felt in her life. She describes warmth pressing around her like a favorite blanket, sounds that were more like colors, and a sense that everything about her life was being listened to with kindness. She has no dramatic revelations, no complex messages to deliver, only the deep certainty that she was invited, never forced, and that the invitation is made of love rather than demand. Medical examinations follow out of habit, and they find nothing strange, nothing burned or marked or altered. If anything, her vital signs seem unusually steady, like a lake unruffled by wind. She sleeps more deeply than she has in years, slipping into dreams where highways curve upward into star fields that welcome her with open arms. The official paperwork mentions exhaustion, stress, and probable confusion. The unofficial conversations at kitchen tables return again and again to her calm eyes and the way she seems to listen to silence as if it is saying something important. Meanwhile, Highway 19 gains a reputation as a strangely comforting route. Truck drivers mention it on late-night radio calls, saying they feel less alone on that stretch, even when no headlights appear in the rearview mirror. Locals start to choose it for evening drives when their thoughts feel too heavy. People talk about a spot where the air seems to wrap around them like a shawl, where worries slide off their shoulders and fall into the dark ditch, forgotten. The story of the missing car becomes less a tale of fear and more a tale of an unusual kind of rest. The woman steps back into her routines. But now she moves with the slowed grace of someone walking through warm water. She pauses more often on front steps, in doorways, on sidewalks at dusk, feeling the air touch her skin. On certain nights, she takes the car out to Highway 19, not out of compulsion, but out of affection, as if visiting an old friend. She drives with the windows down, speaking softly into the night, telling the unseen listeners about her day, the way others might write in a diary. The officer and the dispatcher meet often now, over coffee in a small diner that smells of pancakes and late hours. They trade new dreams and tiny coincidences, a streetlight flickering in greeting when they pass, a radio slipping briefly into a soothing hiss that feels exactly like the tone from the sky. They do not try to convince anyone of anything. Instead, they tend the story between them like a shared garden, weeding out fear and letting only wonder and gratitude grow. Above it all, the beings continue to glide along their favorite curve of road. They remain mostly unseen, content to be nothing more than a soft note and an occasional shimmer. They listen to the music that spills from open windows, from old songs sung off-key, to bedtime stories played over speakers for children half asleep in the back seat. Lullabies especially captivate them, those simple threads of comfort woven from human voices. To the watchers in the sky, a parent humming in the dark is as beautiful as any galaxy. Sometimes, on nights when traffic is sparse and the stars are especially clear, a traveler will feel a sudden impulse to turn down the radio and simply listen. In that moment, the hum of tires, the whisper of wind, and the distant insects all blend together. Just at the edge of awareness, another tone joins them, a pure, gentle note that feels like a finger smoothing a crease in the mind. The driver may never realize why, but their shoulders loosen, their thoughts untangle, and a worry that has followed them for days quietly dissolves into the dark. The woman returns from time to time to the exact spot where her car once sat, humming alone in the dark. She stands at the shoulder in silence, feeling that tender warmth still pooled in the air like invisible light. Some nights, the stars seem to draw a faint, hazy doorway above her. Nothing sharp, only a suggestion. She does not ask for another journey. Instead, she whispers, "Thank you," for the invitation, for the kindness, for the proof that the night is full of neighbors she will never see but will always feel. Seasons shift along Highway 19, like slow, careful pages turning. Summer brings thick, warm darkness, alive with the chorus of insects and the scent of dust and wildflowers. Autumn cools the air until each breath feels crisp and new. Leaves gathering in rustling drifts along the ditches. Winter lays thin frost on the road's edges, making the headlights sparkle on tiny ice crystals. Through every change, the same soft presence lingers above the trees, adjusting its colors and tone to match, always devoted to the simple work of easing worried hearts that pass through. Years later, the tale of the girl from Highway 19 becomes a bedtime story told in homes nearby. Parents describe a young driver whose car was found waiting, but whose spirit went wandering among the stars, and then came home calmer than before. Children imagine soft lights floating over the road, curious and kind, and a girl who rode with them like a guest on a gentle train. They grow up with the idea that the universe can be mysterious without being cruel, full of quiet surprises instead of sudden shocks. Now the story drifts to you, wherever you are resting. The lesson tucked inside it is soft and simple. Not every unexplained light is a threat. Not every missing piece hides something dark. Sometimes the unknown is a warm blanket laid over tired shoulders, a hum in the sky that matches your own heartbeat, a sign that you are being watched over by neighbors who have no demands to make. The girl, the officer, the dispatcher, the beings above the trees, all of them are just waves in a single, quiet ocean of care. If you like, you can picture yourself driving that road now. It is late, but not too late. The kind of hour when the world feels hushed, and there is no rush to be anywhere. The windows are cracked open, and cool air brushes your face, carrying the faint smell of pine and distant rain. The dashboard glows softly, painting your hands and knees in muted color. Ahead, the white lines slip past in a steady rhythm, like the ticking of a giant, patient clock that has all the time in the world. As you glide along this imagined Highway 19, you might start to notice that your breath unknowingly matches its rhythm. Inhale as the car eases over a gentle rise. Exhale as it coasts smoothly down. The road hums softly beneath you, a sound so steady it almost disappears. Yet your body responds, loosening one muscle at a time. Even if your eyes are closed, you can feel the vastness of the night outside, stretching away like a calm, dark sea, sprinkled with slow-moving boats of starlight. You do not need to solve any mystery here. The running car, the missing driver, the gentle return, all of those details can drift like scenery seen through a window. You can let them blur and soften, keeping only the feel of them. Safety, warmth, the sense that something kind has leaned down to check on a small patch of road and found it worthy of care. The story itself becomes a hum, a background tone, something your mind can lean against as it grows heavier and heavier with sleep. If it comforts you, imagine that the girl from Highway 19 has slipped into the passenger seat of your imagined car. She is not a ghost, not a shadow, just a quiet traveler who understands how it feels to be tired and full of questions. She does not need to talk. She simply sits with you, sharing the view through the windshield, listening to the same soft sounds of wind and tires. Her calm is contagious, a gentle weight that settles over the cabin like a shared blanket. Far above, the beings drift too, keeping pace with your slow journey. You might picture them as soft shapes of light, or as nothing more than the feeling of being watched over in a kind way. They are used to long nights and long distances, and they are in no hurry for you to understand them. To them, your simple act of resting, of letting your mind soften, is beautiful. They hum quietly in a register your ears cannot catch, but your heart can, like a lullaby sung through space itself. As this road in your imagination narrows, it gently becomes less like a highway and more like a path lined with trees. Their branches lean in overhead, leaves glowing faintly with borrowed starlight. The beams of your headlights grow softer and softer until they feel almost like candles. Each curve leads you deeper into a place where clocks do not matter, where there are no alerts or obligations, only the slow, rocking motion of your thoughts, settling down like snow in a shaken globe. The taken hour is exactly this kind of place. A stretch of time where nothing is asked of you except to breathe and to rest. You can think of this channel as another quiet roadside turnout, always there when your mind feels too noisy to sleep. If this journey along Highway 19 has softened the edges of your day, you are welcome to subscribe so that future nights have an easy route back to this calm. The next story will be another gentle road, already waiting somewhere just beyond the horizon of your thoughts. For now, stay with this one a little longer. Feel the seat beneath you, whether real or imagined, cradling your weight. Notice how your jaw can loosen just a bit more, how your hands can relax, whether they are on a blanket or resting by your sides. Let your mind wander lazily over the images we have passed: the idling car, the folded jacket, the shimmer in the air, the low hum, the soft return. Each one can fade like the taillights of a distant vehicle disappearing into the dark. If thoughts try to circle back to worries, you can imagine pulling gently onto the shoulder of this inner road and letting them walk off on their own. Picture them as small figures stepping out of the car, standing puzzled in the grass as you quietly ease back onto the pavement and roll away. They grow smaller in the rearview mirror, then vanish altogether. All that remains in the cabin with you is the softness of the night, the slow rhythm of your breath, and the faint sense of friendly eyes in the sky. You might take one deeper breath now, in through the nose if that is comfortable, letting the coolness spread through your chest. Hold it for just a moment, and then let it flow out slowly, like air leaving a gently closing car door. With each exhale, feel another part of you settle, your forehead smoothing, your shoulders dropping, your stomach softening. The road ahead needs no effort from you. It is smooth and safe, and the car, real or imagined, knows exactly how to carry you forward without your help. Somewhere. Highway 19 still curves through the dark. A real strip of asphalt, watched over by real stars, and perhaps by more than stars. Somewhere, the girl who whispered, "They are close," is living her quietly expanded life, moving gently through days that feel a little wider than before. Somewhere, an officer and a dispatcher still trade dreams and small, strange coincidences over coffee. All of them are far away from you right now, wrapped up in their own stories, leaving you free to sink deeper into your own rest. You do not need to remember every detail of this tale when you wake. It is enough that right now it has given your mind a calm place to wander while your body unwinds. The images can scatter like leaves in a soft breeze, leaving only the feeling behind. That feeling is the important part, the sense that you are small but not alone, that the night around you is wide but not empty, that somewhere gentle neighbors are drifting slowly past, content just to share the quiet with you. Even if sleep has not quite arrived yet, your body has already begun to behave as if it has. Muscles loosen, breaths lengthen, thoughts lose their sharp corners. You are no longer standing on the side of the road, peering into the unknown. You are in the car now, or in your bed, or on your couch, wherever you are in truth, and the world is driving itself. You are allowed to let go of the wheel, metaphorical or otherwise, knowing that nothing is expected of you in this moment. The beings above Highway 19 continue their slow glide, whether you picture them or not. In your imagination, they might dip once toward your roof, like someone peeking through a window just to make sure you are all right, then drift away again, satisfied. They do not keep score. They do not demand attention or belief. Their only gift is this feeling, murmuring through the story, that you are held more gently by the universe than you usually remember. You can tuck that feeling somewhere deep and let it glow quietly, even in dreams. If your eyes are still open, you might let the lids grow heavier now, as if tiny grains of warm sand are being poured softly over them. If they are already closed, you can imagine a thin curtain of night being drawn a little more snugly around you. Behind that curtain, the road, the car, the girl, the lights, the hum, all continue existing, but they do not need your attention anymore. They can run quietly in the background like a gentle engine, keeping the night warm while you drift. Imagine, just for a moment more, that you are coasting in neutral down a long, gentle hill. There is no need to press the accelerator or the brake. Gravity and the shape of the road do the work for you. The hum is soft, the steering wheel light under your fingers, the world drifting by in slow motion outside. That is what your mind is doing now, coasting without effort toward sleep. The slope so mild you hardly notice the movement until you realize you are already almost at the bottom. As the journey of this story reaches its quietest stretch, the taken hour settles around you like a soft, familiar jacket. You can come back to this road and to others like it any night you need. Subscribing simply means the engine will be warm and ready next time, the seat adjusted just right, the route already mapped out toward calm. For now, there is nothing left to do. Highway 19, the girl who whispered they are close, the gentle watchers in the sky, and your own slowing breath, all align into one long, soothing line, leading straight into sleep.